Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? I am very excited for this one. Really quick, I just want to give a shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to check out this party, even though you missed the live party. That's the best part, and you know it, so make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and you will never, ever, ever miss another Indian Jesus live party ever again. I want to give a big thank you to the sponsor of this stream, my6shirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch, only at my6shirt.com. All right. What is going on here? My thing is getting all messed up.
I think it changes.
You saw the thumbnail, you saw the title, you know what we're gonna get into. I think that Fresh and Fit and Sneako are blue pilled. I don't know. I'm not sure. But Destiny really put them on their heels. I don't know exactly when this Fresh and Fit episode was, but Destiny posted this sometime last week. And there's two different clips that we're going to get into, and they get into a heated debate. And even with the top dogs, like, oh, we do this better than anybody, Fresh and Fit. And then, of course, your boy Sneako there, nobody has it. Destiny comes out on top, at least in my opinion. So I want to get what you guys think. So without further ado, let's dive right in. If you are here, give us a hello. And as always, guys, you know, StreamYard can suck. If you cannot hear the video, please let me know.
Tend not to care about male body count, right? Because when people see a woman with a high body count, they think lack of control. When you see a man with a high body count, you think this guy's in control, right? He's capable of like achieving a lot, right?
Agreed.
Now, however, I think body count matters to women, but I think it comes up in a different way. So here's a question. I could be wrong, right? But Let's say that you have a guy and you start dating, you start talking to him, and you find out that he has like a lot of women friends. And then after you start dating, you find out that he's a lot of them. Are you okay with him like texting, DMing, like still being like friends with these women?
Right.
Or I want to hear around that.
Good question. We'll go around the table now.
For men
okay, so
nah, I mean, I don't know. I guess. I mean, if he's not like on that bullshit and like talk.
They're all gonna say that something along the lines of like, well, as long as he's just being nice, he's not actually breaking any rules. He's not texting other girls to just see how their day is. And even if they were, you would totally not like that.
In them some type of way. I don't know. I probably wouldn't. Knowing me, I probably wouldn't be okay with it.
Okay. What about you?
No, not okay with it.
Okay.
It's a no for me, dog.
It's a no for me,
Jackson. But did you say before that you would be okay with your guy exercising options?
That is the reason why I'm single.
Because you make no sense.
No, I cannot handle it. I cannot handle it. That's why I'm single.
So you're not okay with the man exercising options?
Listen, I would, but I can't handle it.
We're 5 minutes in. We're 5 minutes in with the woman speak. I'm trying to aim at Myron and whatever his name is and Sneako. And this girl's out here. Well, I could, but I can't handle it, but I do, but I don't want it. What are you saying, lady?
What?
I would. Like, maybe if I was a little bit more mature, I would be able to be okay with it. But I am not mature enough to handle it. I know that I'm not mature enough to handle it right now. So no.
By definition, you can't accept it.
I can't accept it. Maybe in the future, I would.
Right now. No, the present time at 12:43 in the morning.
Okay.
Bruh.
I would not want him talking to girls that he's been fucking with, is what I'm saying.
That was the complete opposite of the question. The question was if he was just talking to other women that he wasn't messing with. Would you be okay with that? And somehow we got into, I'm not okay, or I could maybe in the future handle it, but not now that men can exercise options. What?
If it was like once or twice, okay, and they have no ties to him, I'll be okay with letting it go.
I told you, as long as there's no ties to him, in their mind, that exists. Don't exist.
But if it's like an every
Hey, we got Dan and Jansen in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome, brother. Glad to see you. Glad you are here. Welcome to the party. Yes, you read correctly. I do believe our boys Fresh and Fit and Sneako have taken the blue pill. Let's see.
everyday thing, like you're gonna see this person
Yes
constantly.
or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or
The
no?
answer is no. She will not accept.
If it's like a threesome here and there,
Bro.
like I would,
The
yes.
answer's no. We got
But
it.
if it's like a constant everyday thing, no.
Right.
Talk about a long walk for a short drink of water. The answer was no.
And guys, like, yo, this is why so many guys struggle with girls, bro.
This is confusing.
See, but here's
It's
the thing.
confusing.
I don't know if y'all noticed this.
I know I'm confusing.
I don't mean to
I know I'm
make her a
confusing.
case study on this, but I don't know if you guys noticed she's been flip-flopping her answers based on how she feels at the moment that we ask her the question.
Yo, your poor baby.
And this is what I mean when I say that women a lot of the times have to make their answers based on how they feel when a particular question is asked or how they feel at the moment of the environment around them, right?
I think there's something to be said for how confident.
All right. So far, it's just been a typical Fresh and Fit thing with a question about dating, and we go around. Now, Destiny, blue hair Destiny's coming in. You guys can hear the video, right? Let me, Dan or somebody, give me just a thumbs up or something. Make sure we aren't getting into this and you can't hear it.
Men will answer questions though when they don't know what they're talking about, right? So she's obviously like waffling back and forth, but you'll have a guy like really confidently say some shit like, "I'd never date a woman who's 24 with a body count of 50." But I guarantee you, he might say that, but if the right girl walks through that door and she's a 9 or 10, like the guy will suck it up and do it 100%. So even though a guy might give a confident answer, right? Given the right circumstance, he'll probably be willing to bend or change too, I think.
He'll make that decision and say what's on his mind at that moment.
At that time, sure.
He's not going to flip-flop and I don't know how I feel about this and then like let their feelings go ahead 100% like dictate how they're going to answer a question.
But I'm pretty concrete on the fact that
So that's an L for Destiny. That's an L for Destiny because even though it is the case that a guy will say, "Oh, I want this right now," and then at a different time he may not still want that. At the time he said it, he meant it. Whereas when a woman will say, "I just want a nice guy," at no point is that what they're looking for. At no point. So Destiny, I think you win this from what I've seen, but so far, goose egg.
She's not sure.
no. Listen.
And you really said men are just as delusional.
I think the only concrete is that you're not concrete.
Honestly,
Waffle House.
if he was gonna have a constant relationship with this woman, no. If it's like a once in a time thing where we have threesomes or like, I would be okay with that.
If it's your ex, if you're fucking her, she's got to kick rocks, so you're gonna kick rocks. I'm not putting up with that shit. I'm not gonna put myself through that shit. I will stress myself out.
Okay. So he can't talk to his ex with you.
I'm sure they're all gonna say no though.
Okay, but fair enough. What about you?
Fuck that.
I mean, I wouldn't like it, but humans are unique and there's different situations, and there is there has to be a respect towards me. You know what about it? Like, some guy could be best friends with a girl for lifelong, and whatever, they did their thing one time, and
She's put me to sleep.
whatever, he introduces me to her, we become friends. Like, there's
situations. She's saying that's how boring she is. Jesus.
I want to say that answer, I would be careful because women will say that. But as soon as you guys get into a fight and he's talking to that woman, and he's like, "Man, I got into a fight with Tony today." Oof, then shit goes.
That's where the respect comes in. Like, our arguments should be private. You shouldn't be running to a girl that you fuck.
Oh yeah, because I'm sure that it's a completely foreign idea to groups of women to showing pictures, videos, texts, emails, anything else that their boyfriend or significant other has sent them privately, and they're just showing it everywhere. Gentlemen, understand that when you are texting a girl, never are you just texting that girl. You are texting her entire friend group.
What are you gonna say? What?
That men don't know how to keep that boundary.
What boundary in particular?
Like, for example, like how she said that he had a best friend, they fucked once or twice, and then they got into an argument, and he's over here talking to her about the situation
it's not that men don't know how to keep it. They just don't give a fuck about it.
They don't give a fuck. Exactly. They don't give a fuck about it.
They know they're doing something right. That's why when you look at your guy, and every single time, it's like some NASA like GPS repositions his phone every time you look over. It's because he knows he's doing something dumb.
Of course.
Okay, every time. Yeah.
Well, that's
Of course.
Okay.
Yo, Sneako, you okay?
I'm great.
Look like you're in love, man.
I know, man. Yes, sir.
Are you bricked up?
Don't worry about it, man. Why you putting me on the spot? It's L fresh. Oh, wait, man.
I'm gonna speed this up till we get to the juice. I know there's good shit in here, but
Fresh is LBC.
What about you?
You know, I like to experience this stuff live with you guys. So I don't know exactly where everything is, but we're gonna get there. Don't worry.
Yo,
trust me, I got you.
That's that. Because like
pregame.
Ritz.
The relationship is dead if the girls are dead.
Like no, like really though, like if I'm with you, like you okay with me being cool with my nigga friends, and I'm my nigga friends, like
yeah,
like
niggas, like yeah.
I'm
just based on the way that you are talking, I would never entertain a conversation with you. Not only because I don't understand half the words that you're saying, despite the fact that they're being blanked out, I know they're curse words. The ones that are actually being put on the screen and I can hear them, still don't understand.
Saying like be for real, like you okay with me, my homeboys, and you still like I'm still cool with my homeboys, and you want me to still be cool with you, your homegirls, and y'all cool and tight. Like no, that's that.
All right, let me ask you a question though.
So this is, I mean, from what I gathered, she actually is making a decent point that often comes up that hasn't really been there hasn't really been any advancement in terms of what the red pill has to say about things. Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. What is good? What is good? Glad to see you, brother. Always glad to see you. Welcome. But you know, the idea that it's just unequal for men to be able to exercise options and women not to be able to exercise options makes sense, but not to those who are not willing to listen. And it doesn't seem like whether it's Fresh and Fit or anybody else has come up with a good way of explaining why it is that the people who subscribe to that believe that. We have the talking points, but they're obviously not understanding. And so that seems to be a sticking point with so many of these red pill guys. And so that's the other underlying question. Is it the red pill itself or is it the people who are talking about it?
Would you, let's say you're with a guy that you like, you love and you admire, right? And you respect him. Would you realistically want to have sex with other men?
Excuse me?
Let's say you're with a man that you love and you admire and you respect. Yeah. Would you realistically want to have sex with other men?
Yeah.
Gross.
See, you can't even grasp it, right?
No, like,
if you're with a man, your boyfriend, fiance, whatever, you love him, you respect him, would it even come to your mind to have sex with other dudes?
No, I don't want to have sex with nobody else.
Okay, exactly. Now, let me flip it.
And that right there, they understand it. They get it. They don't want to be out there and do whatever. It's the inequality between I'm allowed to do this and you're not. And so the goal has to be to explain that in a way that they understand. Even if you're right. If the people you are trying to convince don't understand what you're saying, then you're not really accomplishing anything.
If that guy's in a relationship with you and he loves you, you know what the reality is? He wants to have sex with other girls.
I'm sure of it.
Okay. So
you're right.
So so what you're arguing right now, saying, well, that's like me having sex with my homeboys. Well, not really, because you don't want to. You don't really want to do that.
On my behalf, no.
Okay, you would not want it.
No.
Okay. But you do understand that a guy, even if he loves you, wants to have sex with other girls most of the time.
You're right.
Okay.
Because that's just how that.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying is because you were trying to say it's equal, like, oh, well, that's like me having sex with my homeboys. And I'm trying to say it's not because you don't really want to have sex with them if you're with a man that you love versus he's with you, he loves you, but he definitely still wants to have sex with his homegirls. That's what
I'm actually, I was a little annoyed originally when I first started playing this and it was kind of, not where I wanted it to be. But this is giving us a good idea of who we are, who we're dealing with in the conversation. We know Fresh and Fit, we know Sneako, we know Destiny, but just getting a little flavor of who is on the panel and what is the vibe of the room and the conversation before we get to the debate itself. That's actually, you guys know me, I love that context. So we're getting it in there.
I'm trying to say.
She understands like really. She understands really like boss.
Okay, I think
she sounds like
I'm just saying men and women are different. Like
really.
Hey, we got Trey in the building. Welcome, brother. Says the problem with the red pill is that all the frauds are also great marketers. So they've been able to snatch the attention while really not being good at good people or as helpful as they think. I think that is 100% correct. I think that is 100% Trey. That is 100% correct, Trey. The fact is, the reason a show like Fresh and Fit has gotten so big is exactly what Trey is talking about, is that they are good marketers. Now, there's also the part that we have to take into account that the YouTube algorithm is a game that you have to play. And so, we've been talking about Just Pearly Things a lot and how she's not necessarily the greatest content creator in the world, but she's been blowing up because she's been playing the algorithm. And, being a great marketer is definitely something that will help you play the algorithm, even if the information that you're giving is not ideal, or even if it's accurate, you're just not giving it in the best way, which this definitely isn't. Welcome, Trey. Welcome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, women naturally don't want to be hoes if they're with the guy that they love, admire, and respect.
You of course not. Right, but a dude would definitely still have love for the girl, but he still want to hoe up, like he still want to, fuck up.
Period.
And I get that. It's just that's just how it should be. Like for real, like in real life.
Not every guy.
Not every guy. You're right. You're right. Not every guy is the same.
Real life either.
You're right. Not every guy is the same.
Let me ask you a question. If you know that guys want to do that, would you be okay with your guy stepping out, knowing the reality that most guys just want to have multiple women? Would you be okay with that, knowing that? Now that you understand the reality.
But in that situation, that's why you got to know what.
Notice how there's never just an answer to the question. Well, technically, I guess if you mean this qualification and that qualification, if you mean this, yes or no, the question was clear.
What type of, what you're looking for in the dude, like, what you want to, what you want to put up with, what you want to deal with.
Have you ever had a dream?
Well, my question to you is,
hey, we got Ethner in the building. Welcome from Texas. What up from New Jersey? Welcome to the party. We are trying to determine are Fresh and Fit and Sneako actually secretly blue-pilled, and did they get exposed by Destiny? Welcome to the party.
I want to try and get a direct answer here. Is knowing that most men want to have sex with most girls. I'm saying if you're with the guy that you love and you respect, are you willing to put up with that? Knowing that there's a high likelihood it'll happen.
I'm not for you if you want to do that. No.
So you want a man to be monogamous to you only?
If it's 100, if it's real, you're right. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, you want him to be monogamous to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like really, she means that.
It's not possible.
Right. I think there's to be clear.
Some women are willing to.
So this is where things start to go left, because that is a super normal answer to that question. And they just sat there as if they didn't just have this whole conversation and yes, it does, following the logic that she understands that. It doesn't mean that the average woman is going to be like, oh yeah, I'm totally fine with a guy stepping out on me. So already this is providing the opportunity. And now that the camera switched, I think we're going to get into it.
Do anything to keep you monogamous to them, like just faithful to them.
I just think
lucky suck you dry every single day to keep you.
I think you should clarify for your question.
Yeah.
Because when you say your man wants to f another woman, that mean two very different things. Does he fantasize about other people sometimes? Because I'm sure even most women will fantasize about a celebrity or whatever. Or do they want to would they given the opportunity to step out and do it and not get caught when they do it?
They would.
Yeah, sure. But I'm just saying those wants are two different things. So when you say, would you want to be with a man who wants to f other women? Well, if you're saying it's natural that every guy has a fantasy or desire to, that's different than it's natural that every man will cheat.
Does
I think
but under the
so that's an important. That's the finally we're getting there. Great point. That is always conflated when this conversation is being had. A guy who wants to screw other women is not the same thing as a guy who is going to cheat on you. Just because I want to screw as many girls as I can doesn't mean I'm going to if I have made a commitment to you. This is where he is starting. Ethner, am I pronouncing that right? Sorry, Ethner says, at my age, it's very easy to stay away from this generation of females. Shouts to you. The females of this generation scare the hell out of me. I said, shit, me too. And they are nowhere near the women of my generation. Well, I don't know what your generation is, but sounds like I missed out. And cheers to you. That's yeah. I mean, things have gone awry really, really quickly.
Context of the conversation, how we pretexted him talking to those other girls and potentially having sex. I mean, I would assume she would infer that.
Potentially, yeah. But I'm saying a woman saying that I want a man that doesn't want any other woman, she's either retarded or that sentence makes perfect sense. It depends, right? Because if you're with a man who you don't ever want him to have desire for the woman.
When I said that, you understood that I meant he wants to be with other girls. He wants to other girls. You understood that, right?
Will other girls given
the opportunity.
Yes, of course he wants to. We all want to. Will he is the point that Destiny is hammering down on. And Myron has no response.
Right. I mean, that's why she answered the way she did. No. So I think she understands it. But yeah, what?
We got you really absolutely. We got you.
He's such a creep We got you. Like, absolutely, really, we got you. What are you doing, bro?
This generation just crazy. That's all.
Crazy, man.
Shout out to Ether.
All I'm saying is that you want a guy to be monogamous to you, and I'm simply saying that's not realistic in most situations.
You're absolutely right. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
So why not? Why not adapt to reality and accept?
You're
it?
right. It's possible.
Yeah, cool. What about you? Would you be okay with your guy having his female friend still around that he had sex with in the past?
Never in a million years.
Ooh, so without, I mean, we don't know what generation it is, but Trey says, I'm willing to argue that the women of that generation are a lot closer to you, or the women of this generation are a lot closer to your generation than you will admit. Spicy. Ethan, what you got to say to that?
Please talk into the microphone.
Never in a million years. Never.
So the only reason I ask is because I think that sometimes when we ask questions, especially poll questions, I think that sometimes the answers can be a little bit one-dimensional. Or there's another question asked. So like earlier we talked about how many partners does a person have and are they likely to divorce? And it's like 0 and 1 are the best number of partners to have. Yeah. And it's like, well, it could be that they're religious. They found the one.
Yeah, there's other variables.
So I think the video and the audio for this part, he clipped it in a different way, just to make it shorter to help us out. So it's gonna be off for a second, but then it goes back.
And then same thing with this. So like, does a girl care about a guy with like a 50 or 100 body count? Like, typically, if you ask a girl, they're not going to say they care. But realistically, if you're known in a community as a boy, or if you've got a lot of girls that you're talking to and your girlfriend finds out, because you're not going to tell her that you those girls, because no guy will say that. But if she finds out that you were one of those girls, like there a lot of problems tend to crop up to where the high body count guys do run into issues. You're just not going to show up on like a polling question.
I don't know about that. It makes sense. Because what he's saying is generally that, yes, having a high body count as a man is generally a good signal in the dating market. It means that you are desired by other women. You know, they want to have sex with you, so these women should want to have sex with you. What Destiny is saying is that I don't know, or he doesn't know how well that is reflected in the social aspect that women kind of, especially in smaller groups, when you're in high school, when you're at college, when you're in a smaller town, the dudes who are those dudes are pretty well known. Like people know who they are. So it's a good point. And again, let's see what they have to say. Trey's got time today. All right. Ethan says, just to let you know, little brother. Oh, he's going. Ethan is a character I created in the World of Warcraft. Ayayuna Little Eagle is my real name, but everyone butchers the hell out of my name. Sorry about that. So just call me Bear or Little Bear. Shouts to Little Bear. That is what that's what that means in my First Nations Native American language. Also, please forgive me spelling and stuff. English is my second language. Not a problem. Awesome. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you, Little Bear. Glad to have you.
Okay, but that man, that's a good point. But that man is inherently attractive to women.
Yeah, he will be. Yeah,
by virtue of.
I mean, there's a reason why he's fucking a lot of girls.
Yeah,
yeah, sure.
Yeah, but like. And I always find it funny, like a guy that can fuck a lot of girls.
Nobody's gonna have to pull.
Girls will sit here and lie and be like, I don't want a guy that has sex with a lot of girls, or I don't want a guy to be a whore, as they would say. But the reality is those guys are the most attractive, and those are the guys that women find irresistible, because if you're charming to one girl, well, women aren't really that special. You could be charming to a large majority of them as well.
Sure. It's like you're constantly playing these calculation games in your head, trying to figure out who you want. So like for a woman, like the perfect guy would be, right, a guy that's super attractive, but is like blind, doesn't see any other woman, right? That would be like the perfect guy.
And that's where the delusion comes in. Like I don't want to use her as an example, but she said, "Oh yeah, I know most guys are not going to be monogamous, but I expect monogamy."
Well, sure, but also most attractive women aren't going to be a virgin till 24, right?
Good. You're right.
So,
no.
He just did it again, though. He just did it again. Let's back it up because I was pouring my drink. He just did it again. The same conflation that we were just talking about guys who want to fuck other women and guys who will cheat on you.
Use her as an example.
Blind, doesn't see any other woman, right? That would be like the perfect guy.
And that's where the delusion comes in. Like I don't want to use her as an example, but she said, "Oh yeah, I know most guys are not going to be monogamous, but."
So he's talking about most guys are claiming most guys are not going to be monogamous, which is not the case. Most guys will be monogamous. The point is, the guys that she wants, or most of the guys that she wants, will have options, and so they may not be monogamous. But there's a difference. And that's even different than the difference we were saying before. So there's 3 different things that he's just mushing together.
I expect monogamy.
Well, sure, but also most attractive women aren't going to be a virgin till 24, right?
Good. You're right. So, no, of course. Sure. The guy's got to be fairly, aware of that too. With that most girls are not. I would argue, right, that most girls, if you take an average 21-year-old female and an average 21-year-old male, the average 21-year-old female is going to be far more sexually experienced than the average 21-year-old male, probably in today's day and age. Women just get more practice by virtue of being a woman, of dealing with the opposite gender, which makes them a lot better at dealing with men than men are dealing with women.
In this, I'm not even gonna let y'all in this day and age.
I'm not even having it.
It's been proven. It's a known fact. Like men fuck more than women. Now,
not true at all.
Okay.
No, we all know the stat by now. We all know the stat, right? We all know that 1/3 of all adult single men have either never had sex or have not had sex in the last 12 months.
But let's talk about my age group, the 21, 22-year-old.
Of course you think that guys are, out here doing that because you're 21 and all the guys that you see are the guys that you want to fuck and are fucking.
That you're talking to, but the average guy.
No. That's not the guys that I was talking to. What he brought up specifically was a 21-year-old male.
First of all, if you are in college age, if you have graduated high school and you still say the word brung, deal breaker.
And a 21-year-old female. No, in this day and age, I disagree. In this day and age, I disagree. And I feel as though that a 21-year-old male definitely has more experience than a 21-year-old female.
That's not true at all.
Okay, well, that's what I believe.
1 in 3 men haven't had sex in the past year or are virgins in the West. 1 in 3 men. There's more virgins.
I remember this part. Hold on. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Get ready to laugh. All right. I'm going to back it up. Oh, man.
3 men haven't had sex in the past year or are virgins in the West. 1 in 3 men. There's more virgins.
You said in the West?
Sex. Yeah.
You said in the West?
Yes.
We're in the East Coast.
This is the West.
She said we're on the East Coast. She thought the West meant the West Coast. Oh, my God. One more time.
More virgins.
You said in the West?
Sex. Yeah.
You said in the West?
Yes.
We're in the East Coast.
This is the West of the world. You already did. You got the country thing wrong.
The country
don't try to do the geography.
fine.
You thought Dubai was a country. This is
that's fine.
The West is the Western world.
Okay, so Western European, like everything, all that.
First world countries.
So I don't even know what that means, but trust me, I know about life and everything else.
That's what I asked you. That's what I'm trying to ask you.
I get what you're saying. Your point of view, the guys that do that, but the whole landscape of men around the world, especially the West, definitely don't get laid. And as
hey, we got James Braun in the building. What is good? What is good? Said at least she's pretty. I mean, she definitely ain't ugly. Welcome, brother. Welcome to the party. Glad to have you. We are trying to determine if Sneako and the Fresh and Fit boys are actually blue-pilled. And it's not looking so great. Lil Bear says, just to give you an idea, I am prowling 50 years old. Congratulations. When I was a teenager, most people met in church. Well, that's where I met my first girlfriend. Even though I'm a raging atheist now. Well, where I came from, I live in the Bible Belt of Texas. Got a lot of Texas people in here. Welcome, brother. Welcome. Mike in the building. What is good, Mike? What is good? So the ugliest girl probably gets more sex at closing time than the bar at the bar than a hot chick. That's probably, that's the whole pretty girl not getting asked to the prom thing. Makes sense. It makes sense. Welcome to the party, Mike. Glad to see you, brother. Always glad to see you.
Your local CVS and Mass, your local...
Wait, did you say the vast majority of men don't get laid?
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Bro, the top earners are getting laid. The average guy is already getting laid like that.
So if 66% of men either have not been laid in ever or in a year, then expand that to the last 5 years. What is the percentage of men who have had sex 5 times or more in the last 5 years? I guarantee you, it's under 50%.
And if you want
to just say it's high now, but it's still 30% haven't had sex. 1 in 3. So the majority of men
this year,
66.6%.
Maybe once or twice a year, but it's way less than
compared to women. Though, it's way less.
So you guys are just sitting up here having sex
real
once
quick,
or twice a year?
I'm pulling up stats on this because
Lil Bear says, I'm just glad there are people like you out there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Spreading the truth about today's generation. So thank you for your service. Thank you for being here, Little Bear. I appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe and come back every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This is what we do.
So the average American loses his or her virginity at 17. Virgins make up 12.3% of females and 14.3% of males. So it's a little bit higher on the male side, but not that much. It's 2 points higher. For ages 20 to 24, which is the age group she's talking about.
Thanks. Not that high, but a little bit higher.
Well,
so,
I mean, you also keep in mind that women, almost always underreport their sexuality, right? For obvious reasons, right? There's stigma. And men overreport theirs. So
shout out to Little Bear for the follow. Thank you. Thank you.
You said 21. Basically, and let's really be honest about it.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
When you get to 21, you're basically just becoming out of a teenager. In American society, now you're technically considered an adult at 21,
but
right?
There's a big difference, though. A woman is at her peak at 21. A man is still fairly low value at 21.
And as well, who puts in all the work?
Oh my God. Myron needs to get rid of Fresh. I don't know why. What are you doing, bro? If it was just Myron and by himself, this not only would the show be better, but the cringe factor would almost be gone. Because, I mean, to some extent, all of this red pill stuff has a little bit of a cringe factor of trying to prove to the world and to women that, we know what. There's a little cringe factor to it. But Fresh is just so cringy. Get rid of this guy. Shout out to Texas again. Yeah, we got another Texas in here. A lot of you guys here from Texas.
Girls just show up and they get laid. We got to actually have some game, be at least tall, somewhat successful, if we can be at 21. It's not easy.
And maybe.
Well, you guys are triggering the f*** out of me. You say girl has to put in. When you say girls have to put in nowhere. Well, because you keep conflating the sex.
See, this is what I'm telling. This is what I'm saying. Conflating two different things. The guy who wants to fuck a bunch of girls, but won't because he prefers monogamy, and the guy who will fuck a bunch of girls, even though he's in a relationship. Those are two different guys.
Say girls have to put in no work and they get laid.
I'm triggered.
That is true for an average guy. It's not going to be true for the top 10%, top 5%, what top 1% do. Top 1% guy is not busted girls. He doesn't have to.
Bro, oh my God. Dude.
Okay, so here is what I want to notice that one of the talking points of the red pill is, hypergamy, that the CEO can screw the girl that works at Target or Starbucks, or that's always what the example is. This is what's getting put to the test. And again, it's not that is untrue. That notion isn't something to understand about the world. But again, what we're questioning is about the messengers of this ideology and of these facts. So let's bang it up again. And
the guy's not busted girls. He's top in 10%, top 5%, what top 1% do. Top 1% guy's not busted girls. He doesn't have to.
Fucking busted girls. He doesn't have
to.
My
God, dude, he will fuck anything on a slow Tuesday.
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to,
but he might.
You'll fuck anything.
I don't know what.
He could fuck anything on a slow Tuesday, and Desmond's like, yeah, but he doesn't have to, because he's a 10 and he's got girls all around him. And Fresh says, yeah, but he could. What is the response to any woman who says, I could, it could, we could, that could? We talk about a balance of probabilities, not possibilities.
I don't know, in your world.
Is that how you feel?
How many? Okay, hold on, I'm curious. For a guy that's like decently clouded up on YouTube, how many unique women do you think he could fuck a year?
A lot.
If you had to guess, you had to put a number to it.
Could or would
could.
All right, I want numbers in the chat. A guy who, they know because they have actual YouTube clout. But from us on this side, shout out to you guys. Just crossed 800 subscribers. But that certainly is not clout. Do you how many women do you think the average clouded YouTuber, unique women, in a year? It's got to be at least once a month. And then depending on how, like, if you're really trying, I don't see why it wouldn't be once a week. Just based on the clout, because you're not a 10 without the clout. And you may not even be a 10 with the clout. But I'm gonna say 1 week. I think that's decent. I don't know, three or four a year. Really? Okay, let's see. Those are two ends of the spectrum. 1 a week to 3 to 4 all year.
Theoretically.
It's a very nuanced question.
Well, because mine, I'll tell you mine. I think that an average cloud.
Hey, we got Tyler in the building. What is good, Tyler? Welcome, brother. Welcome. I think I found out that Fresh and Fit and Sneako are blue-pilled, and they're getting exposed by a guy with blue hair. Right now, though, the question is, a guy who is clouded, who has clout, YouTube clout, whatever else, how many unique women do you think he could fuck in 1 year? I said easily once a week. Trey here said 3 to 4 for the whole year. And hey, we got Lou in the building. What's up, Lou? Welcome. Lou says 4 to 6 a week. That's going hard. That's going hard. That's almost every day. A new girl every day. Wow. All right, let's see what Fresh has to say.
I could theoretically.
It's a very nuanced question.
Well, because mine, I'll tell you mine. I think that an average clouded dude on YouTube, if he was trying, could
let's see,
easily over 50 women a year. One new woman a week, easily.
You have a very
called it. I said 1 a week. And none of us here have YouTube clout. So, regardless of what your experience with women is, that was the question. And I got it right. Clouded with a T, like clout. You get clout. Attention, influence. They say like you would want a viral video, or you would want a video to go viral so that you can get the clout. That's what that means. So they're saying somebody who has that clout, that attention, that influence on the internet, what could they do? Comparing that to another guy who in just regular life isn't rich or tall or super handsome. That guy versus that same guy who now has that internet attention. Dre said, "Oh, women in general." I was thinking like baddies. Yeah, no, unique women. You gotta listen. You gotta listen to the question.
Very high expectation.
Bro, you really don't think so?
No, man.
No, I've seen a lot of guys that come on the show as guests and stuff like that. They're caught it up. I'm like,
awkward. They might kind of awkward. They don't really know how to talk to girls. It's kind of.
Oh yeah, hold on. Okay, yeah. If it's an awkward dude, but if it's a guy that's like decently raised, I don't mean he's like the most fucking manos.
Are not rizzed up.
Making documentary videos, editing all day.
Yeah, behind a computer screen. Doing content, but they don't
gaming.
Talk to people like
those Fortnite streamers don't know how to talk to women.
Okay, so square this for me. Now you're telling me that these high value men can't.
I definitely would.
A lot of women. How does that make sense earlier with you saying
you're calling a gamer?
No, I'm saying a clouded up dude on YouTube or something.
Give me an example. Who?
And is anybody on YouTube with over 500,000 subs? He's not like a Fortnite player.
Okay,
so that's the threshold that Destiny was talking about. If you have 500,000 subs on YouTube, you got clout.
Let's use a person that came on here. Steve would do it.
It's not that.
Do you think?
Yeah, why I don't understand why they're talking in generalities when there's plenty of YouTubers that they know personally that all have 500,000 subs or more. So why don't we just pick somebody?
Kind of looking at it from like a black and white standpoint, you got to remember that there's high status guys that struggle with women, and there's guys that are lower status that still fuck a bunch of girls.
Yeah.
Like,
doesn't that go against your entire ideology? Doesn't that go against the entire red pill ideology? I thought status was everything. Will Bear says, crap, I've been married 25 years. Congratulations. Cannot even get laid from my own wife. Oh, no. Guys out there getting laid from a different woman once a week for a year. Damn. Yeah, I mean, that's the single life now. But that ain't most of us. That's the top 1%, maybe top 2, 3, maybe 5%. The rest of us, like, here and there, whatever. And a lot of us, because that's the case, because it takes so much effort, we're just like, all right, like if something walks by my face, I'll shoot my shot. But I'm not going on these dating apps and swiping on these women who are just on there because they just broke up with their boyfriend and they just want to be validated that somebody's going to think they're hot. Like, I'm not doing any of that. You're goddamn right I did. That you're goddamn right. And that's what is, it's going to be the clout, the money, the attention, the stuff that I get from this channel that is going to put me in a position where I'm ready to put myself out there because I will have more to bring to the table. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you do, fuck you, get out of here.
Like, the thing is that here's the thing.
Hold on, I agree with what you just said.
Yeah.
But that's totally at odds earlier with your whole spiel earlier about hypergamous guys, top 20%, bottom 80% constantly. But now you're telling me, well, top guys can struggle, bottom guys could pull.
Yeah.
Told you.
I agree with, but now that's like the blue pill fucking shit where that's like we get to the red pill and we go to like the PUA guys. Like, if you got game, any guy can get any girl, which I tend to agree with more.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that you're missing.
Sure.
That's a fucking depressing number, man. Oh my God. But it's the journey, and you guys are here with me, so I appreciate it. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait. What's the date? January 13th, 2023. We're going to remember this day when Dan said this. And we're like, oh, man, remember when all I wanted was 500,000 subscribers? At my 1 million subscriber party where you are all invited, and it is an IRL, real party, not a party like this, even though these parties are dope. You are all invited. Trey says, trust me, as long as you have some confidence and not that awkward way, you can be very average and get a lot of women. Yeah, I think a lot of the problem is the perception. So a lot of the things that the red pill talks about are true, 100%. But the perception that they're worse than they are creates a chasm. And then on the other side, women see things will hear, horror stories from their girlfriends and literally every movie or TV show that comes out on Netflix, so on and so forth. And so the perception of what the average person out there is actually like is so skewed that it really doesn't match up with anything. Hey, we got Faith takes you far. Welcome. And the real mighty Joe, welcome to the party, both of you. Glad to see you. I think we have found out that Fresh and Fit and Sneako are blue-pilled, and you are here for it. Welcome to the party, guys. Welcome, real mighty Joe, and Faith takes you far. Mike says, and then your next relationship is going to be successful because you got the right mindset now. That's the goal.
The guys at the lower level have something exceptional. Whether they're extremely attractive or they're charismatic, but they have something at the lower level.
Or tall.
The guys at the top level, they might have the status, but they're fucking awkward. You know what I mean? So a guy that has some game that's
glad to see you, real mighty Joe.
Good looking can still go ahead and kill it, even though his socioeconomic status sucks. So he'll get a girl, he'll get laid here and there, but retention is going to be a problem. Because at some point, a girl's going to be like, oh, okay, I can't take anything serious with you because you're a fucking bum. So that's why I tell guys, you got to have everything. So it goes both ways. There are bums that can get girls, and there's guys that have money that can get girls, and it goes the other way around, where there's bums that can get girls.
That's the opposite of what he just said, though. As Destiny pointed out, we're starting to see a chink in the armor. Morty, you're getting a shout out. You want a treat? There we go. That's the thing we got to start. We got to start super chats for Morty. Let's do that. Super chat for Morty. Yay! That's the thing that's something we got to start. Super chats for Morty. But you can see how Myron is now twisting what he was saying because it doesn't match. I don't know what's going on with Twitch, but these images are not coming through. I apologize, guys. First the idea was that only top quality men can get laid easily. Now he's saying, or before he said that, awkward guys who have money can't get laid, and good looking guys who don't have shit can get laid. Then Destiny called him out on that, and now he's saying, well, no, actually, it's this way, and not looking good.
Girls, and then there's bums, guys that have status that can't get girls. So it depends on the guy.
You think a decently clouded guy, and it could be the case here, isn't it? You think a decently clouded guy on YouTube he doesn't have to be like the most raised out guy ever, but he's not autistic. Mm-hmm. That this guy would.
Wow, 16 cats and 16 dogs and 9 cats. That is a lot of animals. Shout out to you for taking care of all of those. I love that.
Like desperately, any possible woman that talked to him, he wouldn't be able to say no to anyone.
I'm saying.
Whoa, what just happened? Struggle streaming. What are we doing here? Oh, Jesus! Struggle streaming. We're at 1909. All right, let's reload. Come on. Don't do this to me. All right, stick with me, guys. Stick with me, guys. I don't know what's going on here, but we're going to get it. We're going to get it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But yeah, I mean, they're basically calling out the fraud. The fraud, this idea works as long, just like all the leftist stuff that we talk about. Thank you, Joe. All the leftist stuff that we talk about that, is it works as long as you use the type of language that they want you to use. Then what in the fuck is going on here? Then they can twist it to make it look like whatever they want it to look like. But because you're the leader of a show here and you're just talking and talking and talking and talking, my internet is not working. I don't know what is going on. Obviously, I'm still on. So let's try this. Oh, this is not fun. This is not fun. I was cooking too, man. I was cooking. Let's try to get out of this completely. Let's just add a whole new deal here. I'm sorry about that, guys. Oh, struggle streaming. What am I looking for? Where is the goddamn playlist? Am I blind? Videos to react to. There we go. Oh, man. Thank you, Faith Takes You Far. I appreciate that. You guys are rock stars for sticking with me here. Rock stars for sticking with me here. Oh, that's the other video. Perfect. I don't know what to do, guys. I don't know what to do. Why on this? I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I don't know what is here. You know what we're going to do? This computer starts pretty quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this up. And if you guys are that cool, then by the time this works out, we will be able to work on this without any problem.
I'm saying if he's at a party with friends, his girl's there. Oh, she's kind of cute.
Of course. As soon as I go over to that, then what the hell just happened? There we go. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We're back. We're back in action. Thank you so much for sticking with me, guys. All right. So what I was saying basically was that they're hypocrites. They're hypocritical. And just like in politics, when we talk about how it's so easy for people to take words and switch it around and confuse you and use words in the way that is most convenient for them, then they, the Fresh and Fit are doing the exact same thing. So let's back this. I'm afraid to back it up, but
okay, ever, but he's not autistic. That this guy would like desperately any possible woman that talked to him. He wouldn't be able to say no to anyone.
I'm saying if he's at a party with friends, his girl's there. Oh, she's kind of cute. All right,
we're back in action. Thank you.
Kind of cute is different than busted girl that puts in no effort. Because like a kind of cute girl that's putting in minimal effort is still spending 30 minutes on her hair, 30 minutes on makeup, is doing all sorts of shit. Well, she even shows up at the party, right?
A man's natural inclination to want to like just bust a nut. Like
yeah, but the natural inclination changes based on what's available to you. I think it changes.
It can.
Yeah.
But let's say nothing's available right now. All right.
Shout out to TLA.
But if nothing's available right now, how are you right now?
Yeah, like, dude, like for example.
But if you've got like all these girls that are like on call, you can fly anybody out in the world. You can do whatever you can go talk to anybody in your city. But if you saw a busted up girl at a party and she's like, I want to, you'd be like, I have to. Like a decently clouded out guy.
That's not happening. That's not happening. I mean, think about what I'm telling you is my experience. I'm not out here trying to even, do much of anything because I understand what the options are like. But there's a lot of girls out there that if I just put in a tiny bit of effort, they're mine. But I'm not interested in that. And so if you expand that, and now you have a dude who is a top 1%er, why, like, yes, maybe once in a while on an off chance or an off night, he might have an off night and just be like, whatever. I didn't get lucky. I didn't really put much into it. I'm going to take home whatever is left at a last call. But it doesn't make sense that on average, this guy is going to be going out and banging uglies or fatties. That's not how it works. Trey says the issue is they sell a dream of all young men becoming the 1%, knowing that most won't be. But these young men turn around and start acting as if they're already at the 1%. This is exactly right. This is what Destiny nailed this on the head when he was talking not privately, but individually, one-on-one to Sneako about the whole red pill space, particularly Fresh and Fit, is that it doesn't work out the way you think it's going to work out. That's not how it works. Hey, we got Keystone Airborne Poet in the building. Welcome. Said any guy with confidence and self-belief can get a lady. Hell yes. That is right. What kind of lady? That's another conversation, but definitely confidence is all you need. Welcome to the party, Keystone. Glad to have you. I think I have got the incontrovertible evidence that Fresh and Fit and Sneako are blue pill betas. But you tell me what you think.
See, you're saying, for example, he can't ever do it. I'm just saying he can if he wants to.
Yeah, but he wouldn't.
How would you know?
Because why would you?
Why would he? Exactly.
Bro, you could call a better girl and go f*** her.
Okay, here's the thing, Destiny.
You're not falling in line with the stupid things that all the girls that we bring in here who just come on here for clout. You're actually bringing up points, and like that's not how we run this show, bro. All right, we're the ones who say the things, and then all the women, they're just supposed to act dumb because they're dumb, and you ruin our vibe here. Mike says your next relationship with a woman is going to work out because you see the Matrix. I don't know if I'm going to call it the Matrix, but I think I've got it figured out to a certain extent. But I mean, one of the other things that Destiny says all the time is that all of this stuff has a lot to do with attracting women and getting women. But keeping women is a very different thing. It's a very different thing. And that, I think, is what is really scary, especially about what Trey was saying earlier, is that, even if somebody like myself who really hasn't been on the market for a while, eventually I'm going to, put myself back out there and hopefully find myself in a situation. But I have experience being in long-term relationships. I have experience being a boyfriend, not just a guy who fucks you. And the age of what is normal for you to not have that experience is getting older and older and older and older and older and older and older. It's gonna be it used to be that even though, when you're in high school, if you're in a relationship, you're most likely going to upset your girlfriend by doing something untoward just because you didn't know any better. You're just a 17-year-old, 18-year-old dude. Like, that's what it is. So, and then you learn from that. But because that is not happening for so many guys until their 20s, late 20s, you're going to be 30 years old and never have been in a long-term situation. And you have all this game on how to attract women, but it never works out. And then you just become exactly what all these women are talking about. And you make them right. You make them right by going out there and acting like you're the 1% when you're not.
Girls play games, dude. There's a girl that you'll hook up one time, right? And then
guys never play games.
And she'll play games, then you got to move on to the next girl, whatever. Like, girls are very fickle and flaky. Like, she'll fuck you now, and then her boyfriend hits her back, her ex-boyfriend hits her back up, and then she starts talking to him, and she's out the roster. Like, girls drop off all the time.
The more and more I listen to the more extreme red pill guys, the more and more I realize that they're just complaining about bad people through the lens of dating. People are flaky. Y'all are just not dating men, so you don't care about that. And I mean, neither am I, so I don't care about that either. But people are flaky. That's not a woman thing. I mean, maybe, kind of. I mean, it definitely is a woman thing. But you know what I mean? You know what I'm getting at. And it was eye-opening to be able to see people talk about just women relationships and stuff like this, because I'd never heard it before I'd heard it. But now that I get the bottom line, and I'm able to look at it with a more scrupulous eye, I'm not liking what I'm saying.
I agree, kind of, but I think that's because guys play a lot of games too. Because guys will run into girls that are playing games, but it's because they're playing.
Hey, we got Nick Lucetti in the building. Welcome to the party. He said Mike is right. As long as you pick the women who sees your value. Stay cool and have a great weekend. Thank you, Nick. Welcome to the party. Glad you are here. Hope you enjoy yourself.
Playing games to get in their DMs. Oh, yeah, we can chat. Like, it was so much fun hanging out with you. Like, I really enjoyed it. Like, let's hook up again tonight. And then you hook up, you bust, and you're like, I got shit I got to do in the morning. Like, can you take off or whatever? And then, yeah, of course, like, girls start to play games because guys are playing the same game. I think if you're upfront with a girl and you're like, yo, you want to fuck? That's all I'm into. That's all I'm looking for, whatever. And she's either like, yeah, sure, or no. And then you can figure out
that's like,
they don't all say that is absolutely not.
That doesn't work.
I mean, obviously, you can't just say, "Hey, want nice shoes? Want to fuck?" Like, no. But you don't have to put in that much effort if you are honest. If you're just saying, "Hey, I'm not really looking for that," then if she's not looking for that, then she's not going to be into it. But the fact is, if she's into it, then she's gonna be into it. Hey, we got Jenny in the building. Welcome, Jenny. Welcome. You're goddamn right. Turning water into wine, just like Jesus would do. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How are you? I think I found the issue with the red pill, and it is these two. Well, not these two, but Fresh Event.
Welcome. You're clouded up on YouTube.
It doesn't work, man. Girls want your time. They don't want easy sex. We want easy sex. They want our time.
I feel like
don't give out bad advice to men and tell them to say want to fuck.
It's not advice to normal men. It's advice to clouded guys, which is what you guys talk about 90% of the time.
Never worked. I've never said want to fuck and then some.
Do you want to bet right now that you couldn't go into your Instagram DMs? I know you could find at least 5 girls. Yeah, and a girl's hitting you up and you're like, hey,
he absolutely could.
You want to have a hookup? There are girls on this panel that you could tonight with little to no effort and say it's a casual one-time thing.
Mike says our ideal of a great relationship always came from movies and Disney, and it wasn't attainable. Yep, that's 100% correct. And I mean, I was 29, 30 years old before getting out of a relationship before I realized, like, oh, wait a minute. She's not all this sugar, spice, everything nice shit that Disney told me. Like, what happened? This is the part of the movie where I'm supposed to live happily ever after. What's going on? I think I walked into the wrong movie. I think it's a horror movie.
Destiny.
Easy.
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it's a numbers game. Like
them saying yes is one thing, but them actually showing up, not saying, I don't know how I feel about this. Can we go on a date? Like, they're going to change their mind.
Because it's the guys trying to fuck it up. Don't do anything creepy. Don't do anything weird. As long as you don't fuck it up, it's usually not that hard to land.
Destiny,
I can tell you have no experience with it.
He does, though.
Destiny is a liberal, famous dude. Trust me, bro. He's had way more sex than you, Fresh. I know you talk about having 1,000 bodies, which you definitely don't. But I would not be surprised if Destiny did.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't want to make it personal. I don't want to make it personal, but I can tell you 100%. There are like 20 girls right now that I could fly out if I wanted to tonight and never see them again, and they'd be totally cool with it. But that's because I'm super upfront right at the start. When I talk to people, I'm married. I'm never dating you. Yeah. But like, we can be friends. I'll hang out. I'll chill. We can do it. And I know there are other guys that are super clouded up on YouTube that can do it as well. But when you guys are playing all these weird games, you're like, oh, like you're trying to like maneuver or do Riz or whatever. Just be upfront. Be honest. Be clear. Don't be creepy.
Destiny.
So that, I mean, how do you argue with that? If you're legit, if you're really that dude, as they preach, if you are that guy, hey, this is what it is. Open on my end, not open on. If you are that guy and you are able to make those rules, you're able to make your frame, whatever it is, which I agree with. I agree that is how the world works. I agree that is how relationships work and should work. But if that's the case, then a lot of other things that you're saying don't make sense. Trey says, Destiny is right. If a woman asks, what are you looking for? You tell her, I'm just looking to hook up. She will respect that. She will respect that and might give it a try. More likely the best game my sisters showed me. I don't know what the second part says, but I think it's basically like you got nothing to lose. You got nothing to lose if you're that guy. If you're not that guy and you feel like you have to lie, then that's a different story. Then we're talking about something different. Then you got to back up to work on yourself. Get your money up, get your muscles up, get your whatever. But it's not making them look good. It's not making them look good.
Today she's with you, then she's with me and him. It can vary. We're just saying, okay, a slow night, you're chilling with the boys, she's available. All right, good to go. We're just saying, look, bro.
First, let me take this.
Yeah, go.
I'm going to be very simple about this.
Yeah.
So before he goes, if that was the case, it's just a slow night, there's nothing really going on, and she's just right there. What is the percentage of all of the 1% men, of all the bodies he has? What is the percentage of those that are these busted late night, just available girls? That is the conversation that he's trying to have. But he don't have those numbers, and those numbers don't work in his favor. So Myron is saving him right now.
In the 1970s, there was a study done where when women were straight up propositioned for sex, it was a 95% failure. Now, let's go ahead and stat.
When was that? I'm sorry. Did he just quote a sexual study from the 1970s and try to say that was relevant in 2023? Maybe I missed the number.
First, let me take this. Yeah, go. I'm going to be very simple about this.
Yeah.
In the 1970s, there was
in the 1970s. There's something else that happened, like right around that time in America, like actual billiration. Oh, women's sexual liberation. So maybe your 1970s study is a little bit out of date.
There was a study done where when women were straight up propositioned for sex, it was a 95% failure. Now, let's go ahead and add status and clout to it, okay? That might lower the chances to maybe a 90 or an 85% based on who the guy is. But you got to understand that there's multiple points of failure when you deal with a woman.
For sure.
Hey, you want to? Sure. Next day changes. I don't know how I feel about this. And then she comes over to your place. Do you mind if we go on a date? I don't know.
Oh, I thought he was going to go to the next day. She decides she just want to know. It's an RPay thing. Like that. Again, that absolutely can happen. But that says nothing about the point that Destiny was making. So I kind of missed it because I thought he went in a direction I didn't think he was going. Let's back this up a little bit.
There's multiple points of failure when you deal with a woman.
For sure.
Hey, you want to? Sure. Next day changes. I don't know how I feel about this. And then she comes over to your place. Do you mind if we go on a date? I don't know. Like girls change their mind based off how they feel. They don't.
Okay, but Myron, if you are the guy who's maintaining frame, then it doesn't matter if she wants to go on a date if you don't want to go on a date, because then you don't go on a date. If you're not the guy who's maintaining that frame and she says you want to go on a date and now you're in a position where you have to go on a date, well, then you're not really maintaining frame now, are you? This is the issue with what you preach. It doesn't make sense. Trey says, 2010 and 2015 women was telling me they only wanted to hook up. Yeah. And Jenny says, see, you guys got it wrong. If a guy only wants sex, state that. Take it or leave it. If she leaves it, move on. Don't waste additional energy trying to confuse a girl who doesn't want the sex. That's simple. And again, if you are that guy, then you shouldn't need to be manipulating and confusing people in order to get sex. Trust me, I could be as manipulative as shit if I wanted to. But that does not feed my ego. That does not do anything for me. And maybe I'm weird for that. I don't know. Is that the game out here? Everybody's just like trying to lie to bitches? Like, is that what we're about now? Because I don't think I'm down with that. Maybe if that's what y'all are about, maybe I need to go on this non-binary team or some shit.
I want to feel like whores. So if you say, she might say yes up front. Then when it's time to actually do it, she changes her mind,
I don't know
etc. So
anymore.
what I'm saying is that there's multiple points of failure when you deal with a girl. Girls flake a lot. Girls feel this way. They feel that way. Guy hits them up. Boyfriend hits them up. They're on their period. There's so many different variables that can come in them up for you. Now I get what you're saying. Yo.
And guys, we got this clip, and then we're almost done with this clip, and then we got one more short clip, and then I want to hear from you guys. I'm going to drop the link. So stick around, and I want to hear from you.
Just proposition them. Be honest with them. that doesn't work for most guys.
Sure. I'll say the last thing I'll say, and then you can do whatever, because I don't want to go back.
Cheers,
Like,
Jenny.
I agree with you that women will play games, but more often than not, just from the DMs that I've seen, from the people, women and men that I talk to, it's usually because the guys are playing games too. If you're up front, you might get shot down immediately. But like, if you're up front and she's up front, like, usually things go okay. But if you're playing games, you're sending like, good morning, hearts, blah, blah, blah. Do you want to come over tonight? And you're
See, I was the guy that was sending good morning, heart, not playing a game. I was just like, I'm just thinking about you. I don't know. I was dreaming about you last night, and yeah, I was that dude. What are you gonna do about it?
only looking to bust. Of course, shit is gonna get.
Okay, you know what? Let's have fun with this. Okay. Why do men play games? Because women start the game.
Do they though? I don't think they do. Do women start the game? Because it's usually a man approaching a woman in some context. Now, it depends on if you consider approaching a woman part of the game, if you're not playing a game, and if you're just genuinely approaching her, then okay. But again, to Destiny's point, if you're just honest, then you're not playing games, she's not playing games, you still might get fucked. So what are we doing? Trey says, I flaked on women because I was not in the mood. That's a baller move. People's feelings change. Things happen. Hey, you are always allowed to withdraw consent. You are always allowed to withdraw consent. I mean, unless anybody disagrees with that. I sound like a feminist out here. Dan said, I'm sorry, but they all sound stupid to me. Maybe except with the guy with the blue hair. That's Destiny. That is who we are talking about. That is exactly what we're talking about. Always. I'm honest with you guys. I'm open with you guys. This is it. That's the whole reason I started this channel. I didn't feel comfortable being honest and open with the people I know in my real life. So if I can't be honest with you guys, then the fuck am I doing, right? Jay says, so Fresh and Fit are alpha, but they allow women to lead. So-called start the game. That's interesting. That's what I'm telling you guys. That's what I'm telling you. Jenny's getting it.
I think it depends. I think a lot of people play games for a lot of different reasons.
Let's look at this logically. Men want sex. If I go to a girl and grossly proposition her, let's fuck, and I have a 90% failure rate, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to adapt. Women want to play a game. They want to feel something. Okay, I can't just tell them.
Wait a minute. Again, he just did it. He, and I hate this because, guys, I love what the red pill ideology, what the tenets of what they have done for my life. I can't explain it. I can't put it into words. We've been talking we always talk about how he was one of these Disney beta dudes. And I would have still been that guy. If not for Fresh and Fit specifically, along with others. But he just did it again. He just changed what he was saying to fit the argument. Listen to it again.
If I go to a girl and grossly proposition her, let's fuck, and I have a 90% failure rate, well, what am I going to do? I'm going to adapt.
So we're talking about the game. A game. So and he's saying that women start the game. So he's saying that me going to approach a woman is not starting the game. But a woman simply denying me sex is a game. What if she just don't want to fuck you, bro? I don't feel like any part of that is a game. And so I understand you are like, we were talking about playing game. Like we can talk about the game. I understand that that's all part of the game of dating. But there's a difference between the game and playing games. And so he's now trying to say that a woman, if a woman doesn't accept your proposition for sex, she is playing games with you. And so now you have to overcome that and beat that game. That is not the type of messaging that I agree with. Trace says, it sounds like he caught feelings and the other person didn't have any. Maybe. We'll never know because he'll never talk about it. But yeah, I mean, listen to it one more time. We're talking about playing games.
Why do men play games? Because
why do men play games?
Women start the game.
Women start the game.
I think it depends. I think a lot.
He said, why do men play games? Because women start the game. And this is his example of women starting the game.
A lot of people play games for a lot of different reasons.
Let's look at this logically. Men want sex. If I go to a girl and grossly proposition her, let's fuck, and I have a 90% failure rate.
Okay, so that's the situation. You're going up to a woman and grossly propositioning her and failing. I thought we were talking about playing games. I thought we were talking about playing a game. You're now you've moved the goalpost. You are now talking about something completely different from what we were talking about before.
Well, what am I going to do? I'm going to adapt. Women want to play a game. They want to feel something. Okay, I can't just tell them, let's have sex. So now I have to play the game that women want. I have to make them feel special. The reason why men...
Exactly. And I knew he was going to do it. He's now I'm going to play the game, not play games. I'm going to play the game that women want me to play. This is how women and leftists talk. This is how modern women and leftists talk. You take words and kind of, the screw to tighten them into what they mean. You just leave it one turn counterclockwise. Just one. So it's held together. You can jiggle it around if you need it. Go this way a little bit. Go that way a bit. The game or games? Whatever. Same shit. Is it though? Lou says, I don't play games. I don't even remember the last time I asked. Women usually tell you, and you just go with the flow if you want. Well, I mean, women tell you, but shouts to you if that's the case. There you go. Dan says he's going to cheat his way to sex. It sounds like, yeah, I mean, I don't see these gentlemen having too much respect for those that they engage with anyway. So it's probably not a strong prediction, but I definitely agree. And Jenny says, yeah, just make us feel special with words. I'm an 80s baby. Sounds like a simp to me.
And play games is because women start the game first.
It depends on who you say starts the game first, though. If a woman is out looking, she's probably not looking for sex because women can find sex. They don't have to go out looking, right? Exactly. But so does the game start with the woman who is just looking for a relationship? Or is it
this is exactly what I was just saying.
With the guy who's finding women that are looking for relationships, trying to just give them dick?
But Destiny,
who started the game?
How did he learn the game?
I don't know.
What?
From experience of women.
Fresh, somebody get this guy out of here. I can't take it.
And playing the game first.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just saying that if you're a guy and you're trying to fuck women that are only looking for relationships, who's starting the game there? Like,
I mean, Destiny, you also got to look at human nature. Human beings are creatures.
Oh, moving the goalpost again. Now we have to go all the way back and look at human nature. Human beings are a primitive creature.
Creatures of the path of least resistance. If guys can get away with grossly propositioning girls for sex up front, they wouldn't play the game.
I'm not saying the normal guy did it. To be clear, to reiterate, we were talking about top 1% high value man, because the original claim was that a high value guy will fuck a girl that puts in zero effort. Well, it was that would.
Guys, I need a favor. I need a huge favor. You guys have been awesome with the like so far. If you haven't hit that like button, but so many of you have, and I really do appreciate that. But we need to grow these parties, guys. And there's so many people here. We just hit 800 subscribers, but those notifications suck. So please just do me a real quick, easiest thing in the world, that share button right there. Just pop that, throw this on Facebook, another YouTube channel, Twitter, Instagram, something, somewhere. Just pop it over there. Let's get this party popping.
Date a girl initially, then as not date, fuck. But even for fucking, a busted top 20% girl is not going to go and a whole bunch of high value men. It's just not going to happen because those guys have options, or at least from what I've seen. But I don't know, maybe it's different worlds, I guess.
It's different worlds, bro.
Yep. Trey says, but he's purposely saying it in the most vulgar way possible because he knows that I get it and but genuinely approaching a woman and letting her know your intentions as you converse is different. Help me out with that, with that I get it, a no part that messed up your whole thing. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Might be different world.
I'm just saying, men have to play games because women start the games first. Trust me, human beings are creatures.
Trust me. I just made a claim, and then I said, trust me. Therefore, it must be true.
Of least resistance. If we could get sex just by saying let's have sex, they would. Now going back to the higher status thing, yes, it will drop it off. Maybe not a 95% failure rate, maybe a 90% failure rate, maybe even an 80% failure rate if the guy's attracted to that girl and she knows him and watches content. But regardless, the girl is still going to want something in return. Women rarely exchange sex without some type of compensation, whether it's time, resources, feeling special, and experience, etc.
Okay, so then
yeah, Mike's 100% right, and I in the spirit of being open with you guys, as I was the super blue pill beta guy and finding Fresh and Fit as my first entry level red pill content, I thought these guys would change my life. Well, and they kind of did, but I paid. I think it was like $300 for a 1-hour Zoom call to talk to Myron about like, okay, how can I like what should I do next? I'm freshly out of this relationship. I'm just learning all this information. What should I do next? I got a 30-minute phone call where there was, I don't know what he was doing, but there was some kind of construction going on. And it was a 30-minute phone call, not a Zoom call. And I was talking about how I wanted to start a YouTube channel. He's like, what are you going to talk about? You're a beta. You're going to be. I'm like, politics and religion and culture and stuff. Like, why do I need to be in shape to talk about those things? He's like, oh yeah. Well, I don't know, but bro, look, I just need to be honest with you. You're a for God. And he didn't say for God. And that was the extent of the information. I was like, okay, I just got got. And that's why I was very, Mike, speaking of TLA, that was why I was very hesitant to give him money when he came out with his courses and his YouTube mastermind. But because of Myron, it made me very uneasy. But over time, TLA showed me that he's legit. And thankfully, that course is something that really helped me. And the mastermind is something I look forward to every week. But it just goes to show you that you really have to, the Dunning-Kruger effect is real. And I was definitely a victim of it. Coming into the red pill space. And I gave these motherfuckers money.
Just a question, yes or no? And I'm done with
and
this.
then she had something, right? You had something?
Sure.
Okay.
So for you three.
All right, so yes or no question.
All of you guys think that you could not a girl, no strings attached, be upfront with it in your DMs right now. You know that you
trapped him because he said a clouded guy on the internet, as they are, and they're like, no, dude, it's not like that. You can't do that. And now it's like, wait, so you can't get girls out of your DMs? Oh, I love this. Oh, I love it.
Yes or no? And I'm done with
this. And then she had something, right? You had something?
Sure.
Okay.
So for you three, all of you guys think that you could not a girl, no strings attached, be upfront with it in your DMs right now. You know that you can find one of your DMs to fuck.
That's not how it works for me, no. And not the girls that I really want to no.
Well, no, careful. We just said busted. So this is any girl that's in your DMs. But
what's your point about busted?
Well, because he was saying that busted women could top 1% or whatever.
You asked me a personal. I don't want to girls.
Okay, that's
exactly. That was his whole point. His whole point was that the higher value guys aren't going to fuck the busted girls because they don't have to. They don't need to. That was his whole point from the beginning. Was it not?
But look, so he's doing the thing. He wouldn't just a girl, right? Earlier we said men will take pathologies, men will a girl they can fuck, but now he's saying you would.
Girl, an astrology onion breath girl, she's still hot.
But you wouldn't rando in your DMs?
If she's ugly, no.
Okay, so he wouldn't anything of it. So he's a way exception. He's the emotional man. He's the emotional man. I like that about you. Okay, you two.
What is emotional about that?
You two guys, you want romance and love and pets. And
I said Netflix. I wanted an attractive girl.
Cute. I like that. Okay, you two. You guys don't think you could find a girl to no strings attached to your DMs? If you were to be upfront, like, hey, do you want to like meet tonight and just like hook up?
Shout out to PLA. Absolutely.
Possibly, but I wouldn't do it that way.
Well, I thought you guys just said you anything. The top 1% guys are fucking in their moves. Now who's the waffle fucking house? What the fuck?
I am saying the average guy that's
We're not talking about average guys. I asked you two specifically.
Nigga, why you put this on me, man?
No, that's what he asked.
Asking both of you.
It's a personal question. Now you gotta answer.
You put the girls on the hotspot all the time. But you guys fuck somebody no strings attached.
I could do that, but why do that?
Because you guys said the guys will.
So basically, they're going back on their own word, and they're saying, as Fresh was talking about, it's a Tuesday night, it's a slow Tuesday night, nothing's going on, but a busted girl is this, that, and the other. But they can't even think of one example of themselves doing this. So either they're wrong, or they're not high-value men, or alphas, or whatever they call themselves.
Good.
Yeah, and you said you would. You said guys would anything in front of them.
They do.
Do you?
A lot of my friends, on some level, are successful, have money and status. And they decide, you know what, bro, she's here, bro. I'm just go do my shit in the room.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like,
do you?
Here's how you're messing it up, because you're acting like, oh, if you DM and you go seek it out, it's not like you want to put in the effort. Sometimes it's just available and then you do it.
Yeah.
Or like say she's in the kitchen or something and then you decide to whip it. But like,
hey, we got Fight Milk in the building, courtesy of Jesse on Fire. Shout out to both of you. Welcome, Fight Milk. Glad you are here. Welcome to the party. We are exposing some red pill frauds, and Sneako is one of them. Unfortunately, a blue-haired leftist is coming on Fresh and Fit to tell us all what is really good. Welcome, Marsh Marley. Welcome to the party. Glad to see you. Let's get back into it.
like the effort or calling her an Uber, some random girl that said, let's something unattractive about that. The scenario that you're presenting is just kind of but overall, men still would anything, but it depends on the circumstance.
This is what I joke about on stream, okay? If you want to get black pilled, okay, you watch some YouTube shit and it'll black pill you. If you want to get really black pilled, you talk to attractive women and you see how they live their lives, because that will the attention they get, the world they live in can be mindful. You're living a totally different existence. Yep. But the ultimate level of black pill, in my opinion, is seeing really attractive men that are in denial about how much they could pull with very little effort. Because all three of you, I know, could slay like crazy with minimal riz between the way you guys look, between the clout you have.
I mean, maybe not fresh.
The money you've got, the status you've got.
We still have
you
to
guys
put
are
in work,
like
though, to a degree, Destiny.
Not even.
And I think what he's getting to, what Destiny is getting to, is that they try to talk up to the average guy about being not an average guy, an above average guy. And that's all well and good. Every guy should be aspiring to be better than they are. There's no issue there. The problem is with the solution that they come up with, that everybody can make it at the top. And that's just not how the world works. Not everybody can be in the 1%. That's not how the math ain't mathin'. Jay says Destiny's right, and you're right too. Destiny, definitely not Fresh. Yeah, I highly doubt. I would not be surprised if Fresh was a virgin. With all the clout and money he has, I would not be surprised if he was a virgin.
You're done putting in the work.
That's not true.
If you want to just, you're done. You put in the work. You're clouded up. You got money. You got status. You're in South Beach. You're in Brickell. Like you put in the work.
It is easier. But yes, I get that part. But like, bro, you can't just like be okay. You can, that's it. But like, to be honest with you, bro, you're liable for like screenshots being posted everywhere. Oh, look what he's saying to girls, bro.
What? Then you want to? Yeah, you think somebody's gonna post a screenshot and say, "Oh, look at this creepy guy. He said he wants to pussy." That's
every single day, someone's being told by the social media world, "Oh, he did this and that. Look at the screenshot, dude. You can play many different ways." I'm just saying, bro, like to do these things the right way to protect yourself as a man as well. You gotta move a certain way. You can't be doing risky shit like that all the time. And if you do, someone's
gonna see that. That's a good soundbite. You man, you gotta be moving a certain way. You can't be like, yeah, okay. But do you have any actual advice for people?
So you know what? I want call too as well. I'm gonna post that shit.
You had something, right? I want to make sure the girls get their things in. Go ahead.
Before we do that, Nick says, you are a real man, Indian Jesus. Oh, thank you. Oh, what happened there? Oh, you are a real man, Indian Jesus. Thank you. You have good morals and integrity. You only judge people based on integrity, how we treat others, what matters to most of us, I hope. Good man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that very, very much. That is exactly how I try to be. And maybe I'm not perfect, but I do try my best. So the definition of the black pill. You don't really hear black pill too much in the political context, but obviously, you know, the red pill and blue pill comes from the Matrix, the red pill being the truth and the blue pill being the comfortable lies. So then that terminology and that the analogy got broadened. And so then, you know, speaking of TLA, he calls himself purple pilled because being a 20-year divorce attorney, he knows what's good with red pill stuff, but he's still very much in favor of marriage. He wants to get married and all that stuff. So he calls himself purple pilled. And so it's just kind of a diversion where he understands, but he's still, you know, a softie or whatever. The black pill is on the you have blue pill, red pill, black pill. So black pill is where you believe that looks are the only thing that matter, and if you're not tall and handsome, and then it doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do. You're destined to die alone. All that kind of stuff. And it's sad. it's sad because it's obviously not true. Even if it's becoming more and more and more true, it's not true. Does that make sense? Even if the dating market is getting worse and is devolving, there's no value in spending time on the internet just crying with other dudes about not being able to get laid. Where in the red pill, there's a range, as we're seeing. There's a lot of red pill creators that I have the utmost respect for, and I would never be able, even if I wanted, to do a show like this on them. But when it comes to people like your Sneakos and your Fresh and Fit, then we can clearly tear down their words because they don't know a lot. But they're still, at the end of the day, trying to push the message that if you do better, if you max out your looks, if you max out your money, if you max out all that stuff, that will make it easier on you in terms of getting women, and then in terms of understanding women, how to navigate that. Whereas the black pillars are just like, you're in or you're out, and if you're out, then let's just all get together and cry about it. Then you also have the white pill, which is, again, where you don't really see the black pill in politics. You don't really see the white pill as much in dating. But the white pill in politics is more of just, synonymous with optimism in general. Michael Malice just wrote a book called The White Pill, and he's an anarchist and a narco-capitalist, and he's just wants to tear it all down. But he's saying that even though society is crumbling, that he is white-pilled, he is optimistic about the future because of many different things. But the red and blue pill are the main things. The black pill is worse than the red pill. The white pill is and I guess it's kind of not like, it's kind of on different axes, but that's the black pill. Long and short of it.
I mean, we totally veered off this topic.
Sorry.
This is going off of like when you guys were saying that women, they play the games first.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, if women play games first, don't you think that's because, let's say hypothetically, they were straight up and said, I want to fuck. There's a certain, view that you guys portray on us. We don't want to look as whores. So then it's like, it's kind of a lose-lose for us. So if we play games, we're losing. If we're straight up, we're losing. So where do we even go with that?
So again, the audio is a little bit off here, but that's Destiny just editing things to make it good. But she is making a fantastic point here. She's making, again, a fantastic point. How do you argue with that? If we're just able to get, if the average dude is able to just approach the average woman and be like, hey, want to fuck? And she's like, yeah, sure. And that's the average. Well, that doesn't really look good on the woman. And you guys tell us to stay away from those women. She belongs to the streets. So what is it? Which is it? Jane says, TLA. Shout out to TLA. Purple pill makes the most sense to me. I really believe men would have the most success having a purple pill mindset. Just my opinion based off my experience. Definitely not facts. Well, I agree with you. I'm kind of in that purple pill space as well. I mean, where I am in life, I'm not really focused, like I've been talking about, not really focused on women. I'm more focused on myself and my operation here. But I definitely want to get married, have kids, all of that good stuff.
Well, I mean, it's up to the girl, but the thing is with women is that the reason why they play the game is, yes, there's social consequences. If a girl goes up to a guy and says, I want to just fuck, well, that guy might not respect her or take her seriously. And then on top of that,
but if she does the opposite, she's playing games.
Why would a girl go ahead and say, oh, let's just, when in reality, she can get a date out of him. She get a resource out of him. She get attention out of him. She could take time up from him. Like, girls rarely treat, like, I look at.
So, and that's fair. That is absolutely fair. I've been on foodie dates where I didn't realize until halfway. I'm like, oh, you're not even trying to get to know me. You were just fucking hungry. So the fact is that does happen. And that is playing games. But just because some women will play games doesn't mean that it is just all good to manipulate women in general. And again, if you're that dude, you shouldn't have to manipulate anybody. You should just be able to be like, hey, I'm that dude. Take it or leave it.
Sex is like a handshake. If we look at it strictly, right? It's just a handshake. But women don't treat it like a handshake. They treat it as a value. That's equal value exchange. Women treat it like a value loaded exchange. I need something in return. I need some attention. I need some time. I need to feel special for her to have sex. So why would a girl go ahead and trade sex for equally when she can actually get way more out of it? And what most girls do is they leverage sex for compliance or time or attention to some degree.
So what he said, Mike says, great if you agree with prenups. Definitely the prenups. We love the women, but we need the prenups for sure. But so what he is, what Myron is saying here is that that women should be playing the game. Not that they shouldn't, but that it makes sense and that you should be playing the game. Otherwise, you're fucked. Listen to what he says.
Why would a girl go ahead and trade sex for equally when she can actually get way more out of it? And
why would she trade it equally when she can play a game? So she should play a game. But if she plays a game, then she's a 304. If she doesn't play a game, she's a 304. I'm trying to stick with you. I'm here for the boys, bro. But this ain't it. This ain't it.
What most girls do is they leverage sex for compliance or time or attention to some degree, is what most women do, aka play the game.
So then we should play the game.
Again, see? Play the game versus playing games. And homegirl here caught it.
Or attention to some degree, is what most women do, aka play the game.
So then we should play the game.
I'm not saying women shouldn't or should not, but what I am saying is that most girls play the game by virtue of this more beneficial to play the game than to be straight up.
He's not saying specifically you shouldn't. He's just saying, I don't want to deal with you if you do.
Okay.
And men, in return...
See, and notice how that woman was, oh, okay. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. Well, kind of you are, though. Because you're saying what you prefer, and you're posturing to speak for men. So if you're saying, I am not attracted to this, then in the context of the dating atmosphere, then yes, you are saying that women shouldn't do this.
Must play the game, because when a man, and this is statistically, this has been proven, when a man sees an attractive woman, the part of his brain that actually starts to activate is the part of the brain that tries to figure out how to fix things. So he sees a hot girl. Okay, how do I get laid? And he starts going into deductive problem solving. And that's where he's like, okay, let me flex status. Let me flex my teeth, maybe. Let me flex my charm, whatever it may be. Because he knows getting sex out of a girl most of the time is going to require work to some degree. So the girl's job is, oh, you want sex from me? You'll never get this. Turns into fucking Borat. And she's like, I'm going to go ahead and make you work for it to some degree. Now, the more attractive the guy, maybe the less she's going to make him work. But he still has to do something. Very rarely is going to say, okay, just fuck me. That happens sometimes, but far and few between.
Can I ask a simple question again? I won't go back and forth. So just curious, if men didn't enforce the social consequences of women sleeping around as much, would women play less games? If they weren't worried about being called a slut or a whore for sleeping around a lot, could you be more upfront with women?
What the fuck?
Maybe.
That's a good question. So you're saying if men didn't shame women for being hoes, would they be more upfront?
Because I'll be honest, when I was in California, and again, I didn't have socials or anything because I didn't want to meet people like that. Yeah. Half the women that I ended up hooking up with had no hookups in their profile. And I don't think it was because they're just playing games or whatever, but it's because they don't want to be seen as a slut. No, but that enforcement of like, who's a slut? And again, I don't want to say, where do the games start? Seems like it comes more from men.
I mean, it's okay. That's a good point. No, it is social, but I would argue. I think women slut shame each other way more than men do.
As soon as they get in an argument, the first thing they call each other is a whore, a slut. You have 30 body. Oh yeah, what about that?
Yeah, but because they know men care about it.
But no, because they know inherently that that's where their value stems.
But
so you're acting in like this hypothetical world that's never existed. This world like.
That's a little bit of truth there. Yeah, before again, not a great way of explaining it. And that's what we're circling in on. It's not that what they're saying is entirely completely incorrect. It's that it's a shitty way of explaining what it is that you are trying to explain. And maybe we're smart enough to take this and break it down and get the actual message that and explain it in a way that should be explained. But the 14, 15-year-old boys who are watching this, to watch you dunk on these grown women that they would fuck in a heartbeat. They don't understand the nuances. Oh my God, I need you to see my beautiful face. My beautiful face. Come on with that. There we go. Agreed. Nick says, ask for advice from and talk to your friends or quit whining to them. Feel the emotion, then move on having learned from it. I would agree. 100%, Nick. No. I completely agree with you. Jenny said, in regards to prenups, I have no problem agreeing with something that's reasonable, logical, and makes sense. That's all. Just got to make sense. And shouts to you, Jenny, because as long as it does make sense, then you're down with the idea of the prenup. But we know that so many women, it doesn't matter what it says. They're not dealing with any of that. And so that's where the red pill stuff comes in handy. The red pill stuff about being the man, wearing the pants, maintaining frame, all of that stuff. It definitely matters. But they might take it a little bit too far.
Like, we don't give a about body count at all. There's no point, because this is biology. Your body count matters if you're a woman. So that's a hypothetical that makes no sense.
Men used to be the predominant contributor to slut shaming women, but I think in today's day and age, you can't get away with it. If you slut shame girls all the time, just a matter of time until you get canceled, fired, or whatever. Like, a regular guy can't run around slut shaming girls like 50 years past.
No, but I don't want to use slut shaming because it's the whole thing. But I'm saying men in general will keep body counts in mind. If they didn't care, don't you think women would care less?
Yes, you do.
There's a lot of women that you can't be ultra upfront because the woman wants to be a little bit of visual because she doesn't want to seem like a whore. Even if she just want to fuck.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. They're going to play the game to preserve their value to a degree as well. But also, you got to look on the upside for her. She gets way more out of it by playing the game.
Depending. I mean, unless she just wants to.
Playing the game or playing games. Again, we're talking about two different things. So, I mean, that's just a good example of, how this stuff can be very easily packaged in a way that without any pushback, you can swallow that shit whole. You can guac 5,000 that shit. But a little bit of pushback, it's like a house of cards that just falls apart. So this clip is a little bit shorter, and then I want to hear from you guys. But this one is definitely a straight-on debate. So let's get into it.
But
argue? Maybe like...
Oh, wait, no. Hold on. I want you to hear this part. Okay.
You genuinely think that the girls here want to be with the average man? I know you've seen the Courtney Ryan videos. And don't equate this like, oh, Miami...
Yep. These are supposed to be not only alphas, but the alphas of the alphas. These are supposed to be the top guys, the number one dudes in the space. I don't know. Hey, we got the Mikey story in the building. What is good? Welcome, Mikey. Said, I wish they had wish they had an older person who is wise to balance out the talking points. Don't nobody want to watch that. They want to watch this bullshit of people who don't know shit yelling at each other about shit that they don't understand. You're a YouTuber. You know that. Definitely go check out the Mikey story on YouTube. Definitely doing some awesome stuff. Traveling all over the place. And also on that race to 1K. Awesome content creator. Just search the Mikey story. And yeah, I think Dan is right. They just need a real man on there. And the most manly man in that room has blue hair.
Girls are different.
They step back out of necessity.
They're from all different places of the earth. You're saying that it's just Miami, but how much do you really think that they want to settle down with the average guy? We can do it right now.
It's a dumb question because nobody wants average. Like, even an average guy, given like the opportunity, wouldn't want the average woman.
Exactly. Nobody wants average. Everybody wants the best they can get. That's a baseline. The idea of hypergamy absolutely exists within a women's dating strategy, but that doesn't negate the fact that whether I'm average or not, I don't want some average girl.
A lot of average guys would be happy.
But I think there are a lot of, if you go talk to normal people outside of like the world of YouTube and shit, there are lots of average men with average women. Most people date and marry within their class, within their education, within their race, within their geographic region. That happens to like 95% of people around the world. Like, yeah, of course.
Why are the marriage rates declining so much, and why are
marriage rates declining for a whole bunch of reasons that don't have to do with the one-dimensional analysis of a woman, the celebrity one time on Instagram, and now she won't go back to another guy.
It's not just the celebrity thing, but it's all of hypergamy. That's why there's less marriage. People are like, don't know how to settle.
Hypergamy has nothing to do with marriage. You're playing the game again where you're saying one guy f***s a lot of women, it seems one guy dates a lot of women.
Again, he just perfectly stated the conflation. There's a difference, the same way there's a difference between playing games and playing the game. There's a difference between a man who is trying to get laid and a man who is trying to be in a relationship, or rather the woman that he would pick for that is going to be different. Shout out to Darshawn McAway, friend of the channel. Definitely go check out his channel as well. Author of Girlfriend versus Wife Duties, who the whole book specifically outlines the difference between, are you trying to be a girlfriend or are you trying to be a wife? This is what you're responsible for if you want to be a girlfriend. This is what you're responsible for if you want to be a wife. They're different. They're different. And these guys don't seem to understand that because they're not interested in the marriage side at all. Whereas while many of us might not be immediately interested in it, we definitely care. Hey, we got Riker the Alaskan Husky in the building. Shout out. I got my little Chihuahua mix right here saying hello to you. Says, yo, my boy Jesse on fire. Told me you're dope. Jesse is right. As always, welcome to the party, my guy. We are trying to determine if these red pill guys really know what the fuck they're talking about, or if they're just repeating bullshit and talking out their ass. And I mean, I definitely take the red pill, but fresh and fit, Sneako, I don't know. Like I said, it seems like everyone is just trying to be right rather than being unbiased about what is said. So what you're saying is they should stop trying to win an argument and just have a conversation. Who says that?
Hypergamy doesn't keep women out of the dating
It's bigger
market.
than just the celebrity thing. It's Tinder, it's social media. People think that they have so many options now because of our phone. It's not just
okay. Newsflash.
All right, this was the teaser that I didn't want you guys to see before we got there.
Because men don't know this. Women have always.
Okay, and if you guys are cool, I want numbers in the chat. So he's gonna ask a question. Just put the number in the chat.
He's had a lot of options.
I know you're not gonna do it. Holy moly, Jolie! Wow. Okay. All right. What was I? Okay.
Year zero. Every single woman has been offered by every single guy they talk to.
No,
yes.
now they talk to a thousand guys a
It
day.
doesn't matter. Since you're 11 years old, you got guys that are hitting on you constantly. Hold on. Men see Tinder today, and they're like, "Oh my god, a woman can open her phone and find 100 guys to." Bro, in 1980, a woman could walk outside and find 100 guys to. It's not new.
No, you're right. However, there's skill. Before, they have to go outside and find the guys. Now they could be in their home, on a plane, and nigga, it's like, for example, in this case, the skill is different. It's global.
It's not global for 99% of people. A girl going in Kansas City is not getting flown out to Dubai.
Yes, she is, bro.
No.
Nigga, today.
You guys are wild.
You guys are wild. Tonight.
You're coping, man.
Hold on, I just want to hear, for the record, for you three to answer this, what percentage?
Okay, here's the number. Or here's the question. So we're looking for a percentage. Like I said, side note, her boob job was bad and needs to be redone. I don't think so necessarily. I mean, nipples be nipples, bro. That don't mean it's a boob job. I gotta get a second look. I wasn't really paying attention to that aspect. She may, but I mean, natural nipples would do that shit too.
Of college women, do you think are being?
Okay, wait. I want to back it up. Here's the question. It's a percentage, and I'm asking you guys to put
for the
percentage.
guys are wild.
What do you think?
Guys are wild.
You're coping, man.
Hold on, I just want to hear, for the record, for you three to answer this. What percentage of college women do you think are being flown around the world? I want to hear.
What percentage of women who are in college? So let's say age 18 to, let's stretch it 18 to 23. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. What percent of all women in that 6-year age group is being flown out to Dubai? I mean, I think it's, I'm really interested in what you guys have to say. So I have an Instagram message here. I'm going to answer that while you guys give me numbers, and then we'll get back into it. Oh, look, a future collab. Ooh, something spicy here. Jenny says less than 1%. Lou says 3%. Mike says 0.1%, and Dan doesn't know, doesn't care. At least you answered. All right. So the highest we have is 3%. The lowest we have is 0.1%, and Mikey's story comes in right in the middle at 2%. So let's see what Fresh and Fit have to say. And this is very relevant because remember, they are supposed to be speaking for you gentlemen. They are supposed to be speaking for you. So if they have no idea what this is, maybe, just maybe, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to your life.
From all
If
three
I
of
had to
you.
argue,
I want to hear.
off of like probability wise, if I had to argue, maybe like 30, 40, 50.
Holy
Not at all.
shit.
That's
I wanna
a
hear
high
it.
number.
For you
That's a
two.
high
Well,
number.
let me-
Yeah, no, let him answer.
So
Let him answer.
so I can answer this question properly. Does she live on campus and she's a college student?
Yeah.
Then she's going to go ahead and settle for the top guys on her college campus.
Okay, so geography class. So the thing I said earlier. What if she's staying at home? Yeah, I said that people tend to date within their
But
like.
you got to
region.
remember, a typical university is going to have kids from all over the country.
Okay, say
of
it's a
different-
state school in Iowa. Are those girls getting flown to Dubai?
This is what I'm thinking, Jenny.
Off season, they can be.
Okay, 30, 40%. Is that what you said?
Well, globally speaking, but I'm just saying, like, for example,
That, you understand that's the actual number is like less than 0.1%, right?
Of girls getting flown out?
Of girls getting flown out to guys from normal
Very
girls.
little.
Very little.
It's very little.
So shout out to Mike and Jenny. Both said less than 1%. And I mean, I don't know if Destiny has the exact numbers in front of him or if he even knows them. But also, it's not 40% of women. 40%. These men have no idea what the average woman, what her life is like. Now, neither any of us guys, but we're not on a panel with 7 women trying to tell the world how everybody is right, wrong, in this, and how I have everything right. What 40%? Now I guarantee you, Myron would not have said a number that high, or he did. He just said less than 1%. But if you're going to be called fresh and fit, then the fresh is part of the fit. You know what I mean? Shout out to the late and great Kevin Samuels. And yeah, it's sad. Well, I'm glad to be able to show it to you, brother. I'm glad to be able to show you what is really going on here. And it's not just in the red pill space. It's because Destiny is somebody who is in the YouTube space, in the streamer space, in the online space, but is so disconnected from red pill ideology that he brings such a fresh perspective. And so the things that are wrong about the things that we believe are actually getting tested, are actually getting questioned. Now, some of us are, humble and modest enough to be like, oh, okay, I guess I was wrong. Thank you for teaching me something. Then you've got people like Fresh and Fit. They're just like, nah, well, I'm talking globally, bro. Like he said, there's no way it's 40% of women. Of course, who could be higher than an 8 that a guy would want to fly out. Yeah, that's a good point. There's not that many 8s, 9s, and 10s out there. Exactly, Lou. They have no idea what they're talking about. Allegedly.
I'm from Vegas and now in Miami. I've never done that.
Have you ever been flown out?
Motherfuckers are
You've never been flown out?
Wait. You guys have never been flown out? You must be. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Right. They're going to put on the fucking blue hat because they can't possibly believe that somebody is just a normal human being.
Destiny, I don't think the point here. I don't think that.
And this is even, it goes to, even worse to their point, because these are the women that they're talking about. These are the Instagram model type chicks, and even they haven't been flown out. So who is it that you're fighting against? Hey, we got Alex Pickers in the building. Welcome, brother. Glad to see you. As always, we got a bunch of Jesse on Fire fans in here. Shout out to all of you who here's been to a UFC event with Jesse. I know Alex has. Mike says 40% of women haven't been to 40% of women haven't been to Las Vegas. They're talking about Dubai.
The important thing here is to establish of girls getting flown out. It's that the opportunity is there. And on top of that, if you're going to use college girls, for example, right? Because I've talked about this with college campuses, etc.
Have you though?
Most of the women gravitate towards the highest status men. Who are these guys? The fraternity guys and the sports guys.
For sex, not for dating. The top guys aren't dating all the women.
Yeah, the thing is,
they want that guy, and they think they can date that guy. Yeah. So it's difficult for them to go backwards when they have an influx of options. Here's the thing.
Wait, what's? Oh, go ahead. Finish it.
Here's the thing. So I get what you're saying, that, you know, girls have been getting hit on since the 80s and everything else like that. The difference is scale, right?
Did he just say girls have been getting hit on since the 80s? Yeah, there was just this thing that happened in the 80s, and girls were never known to men. But then in the 80s, something happened, and women started getting hit on.
So if a girl has a basic internet profile, right, and she's somewhat attractive and has some Instagram or maybe even a Tinder or a Bumble, etc., she is going to have hundreds, if not thousands of options, whereas 20, 30 years ago, before the advent of social media and the internet, she would have had to go outside to get that same level. She would have had to put herself together, go to a nightclub, put herself in a social situation, etc. But nowadays, she could sit at home, put some pictures up, and get the same level of attention, if not 10 times more, from men all over the country, all over the world. Now, am I saying that every girl's going to bite on it and actually get flued out by some blue star, blue check rapper? No, but that goes a lot to her psyche as to, okay, I'm getting hit up by this caliber of man. I probably deserve this caliber of man to some degree. This is why most women nowadays don't want to date average guys.
The standards have been raised, and you know that.
Facts, Mikey.
And also, the standards have been raised, but for a totally different reason.
And let's say another thing social media. Here's the other part of it. So they're getting attention on the internet. Now here's the second part of it. I'm writing a whole book about this shit. Feminism.
Oh, content! I cannot wait until somebody who follows them let me know when that book comes out. I don't care if I have to read the goddamn thing myself. I will sit here and read that whole book and just pick out every little thing. Hopefully we can get the audio version, but I am definitely down for that.
Women make their own money now.
Yes, that's the reason,
so,
not the social media.
Oh, wait, I missed it. What did you say?
The shit. Feminism. Women make their own money now.
Yes, that's the reason, not the social media.
It's a two-pronged.
The working is way more.
It's a two-pronged.
It's the money. It's the money. The only reason women have the resources to do the things to get the attention on social media in the first place is because they now have more disposable income. Don't need no man. Need a man like a fish needs a bicycle.
It's a multivariate situation, but feminism is also a large component because with feminism, women make their own money. So they no longer have to saddle themselves with a loser that could provide because they could provide it themselves. So if I can make my own money.
See, I would argue that this type of shape would say that these are natural. More likely, because if they weren't, then you get one over here and one over here. I don't know that much about fake boobs, but I'm just saying, when they look cockeyed, that seems like it's less likely that they're fake, right? It's just they're sitting weird in a shirt, I think. I don't know.
And I want men as a choice, not necessarily a necessity like 50 years ago. I'm going to pick the best I can absolutely get and not settle for less, which is why a lot of women feel as though I make $100,000 per year. I'm attractive. I get attention. I want a top tier caliber guy.
Hey, we got the Gen X boomer in the house getting me to 825. Awesome. Thank you so much, brother. I really do appreciate that. I like your picture too. Let's go, Brandon. Shout out to Jesse. Love that, man. No pause. I fucking love that, man. Welcome. We are just trying to determine, are these red pillars full of shit? Not all of them. Just fresh and fit. You goddamn right I noticed them motherfuckers. How could you not?
Where a lot of women stand.
Sure. So firstly, the average, like, decently hot chick on a college campus does not have guys from all over the world in her DMs. That's an exceptional person. That's not the average person.
She does.
That's not the average person.
I'm in her DMs.
It's not the average. You guys are only seeing like the people that are reaching out to the shows or the people that are trying to blow this shit up.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Because I mean, this is just something I have no clue about. If you're let's say you're an adjustable 6, to use some Kevin Samuels terminology. If you're an adjustable 6, meaning fresh face out of the shower, you don't look bad, but certainly you're gonna make that shit up. Do your whole thing, do your nail, whatever. Do you think that there what percentage of those of 6 or above are actually getting flown out? Because I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that much. I think you really got to be up there. You got to be like that girl on a state college campus. Where all the people like, no, that girl, like the one, yeah, her. That's what I'm thinking.
No, I'm in their DMs.
Maybe Sneako is perusing.
Well, it's definitely not none. We know for sure it's not none. It's definitely not none. You think there's 0 girls? There's definitely girls getting flued out. Let's not get it twisted. Girls are getting flued out for sure. I'm just not sure how many. I said adjustable 6 or above. Adjustable 6 or above. Did I say that? Were we talking about that? Maybe I switched it in the middle. And so if we're talking about adjustable 6s, okay. Maybe I flipped it in my mind. So that makes a little more sense. But yeah, adjustable 6 getting flown out, maybe here or there. But in terms of percentages, nah. But if we're talking 6s and above, I agree. So I think I flipped that in my mind. My bad, guys.
Florida State University fucking girls on Instagram. The average like pretty hot girls on Instagram are not like, I feel like you guys think that like 25% of girls like wake up in the morning, take some pictures of their feet for OnlyFans, make $500 doing that.
That's not a lie.
They get on Tinder, they get a free.
Did Myron just say that's not a lie? There's no way he just said that. Hold on.
Take some pictures of their feet for OnlyFans, make $500 doing that.
That's not a lie.
They get on Tinder, they get.
Did he say that's not a lie or that's not a lot? One more time.
Take some pictures of their feet for OnlyFans, make $500 doing that.
That's not a lie.
They get on Tinder, they get a free steak dinner, they go to class, they plan their Friday, Saturday around which guy is going to like fly around. And that's like a quarter of girls on college campuses. That's not how it's going. Mm-hmm. And then to what you were saying about how like, oh, well, girls are, the ones that aren't international, they're just the top guys on their college campuses. What's the difference between that now and over the past 100 years? There have always been like top men in every area of life. You're never in an area in life where it's just one guy and one girl and you're isolated from everybody else. You're always in jobs where there's our bosses and managers and CEOs. You're always in colleges or schools where there are top performing students or athletes. You're always in communities where there are the leaders of the community. Like this has always been the history of competing in society for women. There's nothing new today about that, aside from maybe some girls on Instagram. But I don't think it's the 20 to 30 to 40% or whatever that Fresh said are getting flown around the world of guys. That's insane.
That is insane. And I don't know about y'all, but I find a foot fetish weird. I'm not here to kink shame. Whatever you're into, do your thing. But that's just weird to me. I'm sorry. That's just weird to me. I probably do some shit that's weird to you, and it's okay. But I'm just saying, foot fetish is weird. Mikey says, if you were a millionaire in Dubai with every luxury, would you want a woman who's less than an 8 that you can have access to? Hell no. But according to Fresh, they're getting flown out by the tens of thousands. The tens of thousands. There's an entire industry of sex tourism from middle American colleges to Dubai. That's what I heard.
What I'm saying is that it's opened up, and it used to be a dating marketplace where it was just localized. Now it's globalized. And I'm not saying they're actually going out and flying with these guys, but they have the option to do it. Yeah. And that does a lot for a person's psyche when they know.
Hey, we got the one, the only Divine and Rod in the building. What is going on? Agreed about the foot thing? Look, I'm just saying. Do you? If that's your shit, do you? But it's weird. I'm just saying. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they get. That's the only person they get flued out by. They get flued out by Fresh. That's the only thing he could land. 1,000 bodies. More like. I don't know. Good punchline there, but you know what I mean.
Oh, this is the caliber of guy that's reaching out to me. I'm gonna put that in my back pocket and use that validation to make myself feel a certain way. And this is why girls, again, in the book I talk about this explicitly. Women on Tinder and Bumble, they spend several hours on the site. However, most girls never either don't swipe right or they never actually go on a date, but they spend a ridiculous amount of time on Tinder. Why? Well, it's because attention, validation helps boost their ego. A lot of girls I've seen create a Tinder account after getting broken up with just so they can feel better.
I was talking about how that is I think at this point, the overwhelming majority of women who use dating apps. I don't know. That's just conjecture, but I think that is the case. So Mikey says, it's clear that Myron has not been to Dubai to see the kind of women that men with money go for. Probably. You have to, there's definitely an element of fake it till you make it on YouTube. So certainly before Fresh and Fit, there is no goddamn way Fresh got 1,000 bodies. We know that for sure. So maybe since he's been that guy and they got 10 chicks in the apartment every night, maybe you're in Miami, they're loose out there, they're on vacation, whatever. Maybe. But yo, you go out to Dubai and you're like a little pipsqueak compared to what they got out there. Agreed. Mikey says, anyone who's flown out, any woman who is, you're using whom wrong. If it's the subject of the sentence, it's who. If it's the object of the sentence, it's whom. Any woman who is flown out. Anyone who is flown out, that's less than an 8 is helped or is hired help or entertainment. Oh man. You ain't wrong though. Nick says, don't let your daughter date either of those guys. Am I right? Yes, you are. Let's see. Actually, what do we get here? We got 67% said they would rather Sneako. That's interesting. I think I would go with that too, just because Sneako is still on a journey, and I think he can come out of it. Whereas Myron has been a federal agent and turned into this. So, I mean, he knows how to fuck with your head, and he believes that manipulation is standard. So, I mean, take your pick, really, I guess. Hey, we got Connor 14 in the building. Also a Jesse fan in the building. Love it. Welcome. Glad to see you here. We are trying to point out the fakes, the frauds in Florida who are damaging the red pill message. And yes, Jenny, I agree that the lesser of two evils is Sneako. And that's why I made the question so difficult, because if I had a daughter, these two motherfuckers dead before they dating anybody in my family. Lil Bear says, shoot, I have 3 daughters in their 20s. I tried telling them what to do, and they give me the middle finger. But Lil Bear, the fact that you are there to tell them is what matters. The fact that you are there to tell them is what will be the difference in their life. They might flip you off. They might, but when it comes down to it, and they're in a sticky situation, you and the words that you've told them and the values that you've instilled in them will come through. This is what so many women in society are missing. So shout out to Lil Bear for doing the right goddamn thing. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. Jenny's taking it back and going, Myron. He's got a good head on his shoulders, just a bit hard in his views. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why Fresh was not even in it, because Fresh is an idiot. If you pick Fresh and I put it there and you pick Fresh, then you're gone. And I hope you never have daughters. But it's tough. It's a tough choice. What do you guys think? Jenny's switching back.
Yeah, I'm sure some people do
Some
it.
guys do it too.
Let's see what we missed. I forgot what we were talking about.
Because attention, validation,
helps
boost your ego. A lot of girls I've seen create a Tinder account after getting broken up with just so they can feel better.
Yeah, I'm sure some people do it.
Some guys do it too.
The problem is that we talk about
not just some. I would argue that the percentage of women who are on Tinder specifically looking for a long-term relationship, who are a 6 or above. Because if you're not a 6, then, you're basically a man, right? In terms of dating. If you're a woman who's a 6 or above on Tinder, not Bumble, not Hinge, not Match.com, on Tinder, how many of you are really looking for a long-term relationship? Because I feel like Tinder is the hookup app. Tinder is the one where you go where if you are just trying to get it in. I don't know.
A lot of men do that too.
So overstated. The problem is so overstated. And then you feed these people these narratives that people have this idea that you're just fucked in the dating room. You can't compete.
Girls go on Tinder to get attention.
Yeah, Lewis says, I don't think Myron is a bad person either. I think he has a script that he's committed to follow and never deviates from it. 100%. And that's the problem is that the script works on people who don't know any better. So if you bring in 15 chicks who have never really thought about this stuff, then yeah, your script is going to work. The candy store, the hey, I love your shoes. Do you want to go on a date? Like, trust me, guys. Trust me. I watched and I watched and I watched and I watched and I learned and I learned. And then I didn't learn anymore. And then somehow these guys were still on my radar enough for me to understand that they were still doing their thing. And I would see this and I'd see that and start looking a little sideways. Like, what did you say? You sure you mean what you think? It's 1,000 bodies? Oh, it's a game for a woman to decide that she doesn't want to have sex with you? Like, I'm all about this all about this shit. But don't tell me that a woman not wanting to have sex with you is playing games with you. Like, pendulum swings, bro. Let's come on.
No,
big difference.
It's the same thing.
The guy goes on Tinder with the express intent of meeting the girl and having sex with the girl. The girl goes on Tinder for the express intent of talking to that guy and never reciprocating physically.
Do you not know how many thirsty bitches are out there? Like, a lot of girls go on there just to
women swipe
a lot, but also the vast minority. Because there's a lot of people.
Right on Tinder, 4.5% of the time. Tell me that's not them attention whoring, bro.
Look at a guy go on Tinder. This is what it looks like.
Shout out to Jenny. Is Jenny leaving or is Nick leaving? Whichever one of you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. And you have a fantastic night. Make sure you come back every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, so you never miss a live Indian Jesus party.
Not the same for girls.
And they swipe right on 4.5, and the flake rate of that 4.5% is somewhere between 53 to 70% women flaking.
Unless if she does go on a date, she might get turned off.
But it's just it's frustrating because that sucks. That is true, and that sucks. If you are on a dating app and you are a man and you're looking for women, you will get flaked on. But the problem is that, as you just explained, men and women use the app differently. So you would expect to see different behaviors. So in the same way that you say, oh, you should do this, that, and the other to get a girl, they are saying we should do this, that, and the other to get what we want, the attention. You're pointing out that women, do this horrible shit, but then it's just like, oh, okay. It's more about just like understanding that's what it is, as opposed to hating it. And that's where, for me, the red pill is a good starting point, and it should be a pit stop. It should be a pit stop. If you find yourself stuck in the red pill world as a viewer, as a content creator, anything else, you fucked up in life. You fucked up because it's just too black and white. It's too black and white. It doesn't follow through. It doesn't. If you follow the logic, it falls apart. Dan says, what gets a man to color his hair blue? Being a liberal, and I think that's all it takes.
So nothing will happen.
Girls universally
have you seen
use
the girls
dating
that are
apps.
in Miami?
They use dating apps to funnel people to OnlyFans or to get attention.
Anything. They just
hold on. Are you on Tinder?
I am not on Tinder, but I know a lot of girls that are, and they literally just go to fuck. Like,
really?
It's not to have any emotional connection or to get any. It's literally tough.
Hey, we got a different shade of purple in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Said, I do believe there needs to be an evolution in red pill thinking. 100%. That is what we are doing, my friend. Glad to have you a part of the evolution. Glad to see you. And I mean, 100% agreed. I think there is a base level, and that base level gives you some good ideas and good perspectives on the world, on women, on dating, on politics, on whatever. But it only goes so far. And if you don't have something else, you're lost. It almost sounds like something else that's an ideology that people follow endlessly that is not complete. We're not going to go down that road, but yes, in the same way that the red pill is not a religion, your religion also should not be a religion. Ron around said male hair coloring equals low T. Nick says, thanks for the, thank you. You are very welcome. Funny to interact with people here. That is what we are going for. Wish you all the best, and my best wishes to all. And right back at you, brother. Really appreciate you being here. You have a good one. Mike says, most women don't want to just hook up. They want long-term relationships. Again, I said most women, not all. That is true. And it's frustrating that you've got to always point that out. I was just saying most, balance of probabilities, all of that stuff. We can't just have a conversation about generalities. Well, not all women. I know. Did I say all women? Or did I say women? That's a generalized thing. You're welcome, different shade of purple. You are I am very glad that you are here. Let's get back into it.
Yes.
How many girls do you know that use Tinder took? Because you would say
more than 10. Yeah.
Of your friends?
Okay, wait, hold on, dude. I feel like you guys have no real world experience. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I'm not the yeah, I do. Apparently the only one here.
And now you're real world there, guy, gaming all day. Okay.
Definitely agree with Lil Bear here. That both being too strong in any one ideology. It's not about the red pill. It's not about the blue pill. It's not about the black pill. It's not about the Democrat. It's not about Republican. It's not about any of these things. It's about dogmatic thinking. It's about thinking you have all of the answers in one book, in one place, in one idea, in one thing. And I'm not yelling at you, Lil Bear. I'm just yelling at the world. But that is what this whole channel is telling people. I want you guys to understand that too often we get caught up in something. It can be so many different things, but we get caught up in something and we think that's the end all be all. And then it becomes dogma. It becomes something that is that cannot be, that is infallible. Religion was already bad enough when it was just about religion. Let's not make more religions and that are the government or the red pill or the black pill or anything like that. Let's just have smarter people. Let's just have people who are compassionate. Let's just have people who understand the world. So when we have conversations about moving it forward, then basic ideas about what is right for me and you and others is not determined to be bigoted or transphobic or racist or whatever. Bear says, agreed. That's why I like watching you think outside of the box. Thank you, sir. And you guys can do it too. Just keep on coming back. Mikey says, is it me or does Sneako sound like a carbon copy of Andrew Tate? It is not just you. He is a carbon copy. He's the discount Andrew Tate. But I mean, I don't honestly even blame him for that. Because Andrew Tate told him that he's passing him the torch. I think it was his brother or whoever. Those are grown men who like have a whole operation. This was a fucking 20-whatever-year-old kid streaming on Twitch from his apartment in Brooklyn. He was not ready to take that on. And he fucked it up. But I really don't blame him. I don't. I mean, I will definitely point out the issues with what he's saying, but I definitely don't blame him. Hey, we got per usual in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome back. Welcome back to the party. Good to see you, brother. As always, good to see you. Nick says, if we did the work to understand each other, we would be doing great. Instead, most are lazy and start to blame all but themselves. Exactly. Self-accountability. Self-accountability would save us. Mike says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Destiny sounds like the adult at the table. This is my point, guys. This is my point. This is why we're watching this. Because it's, wow, you would not expect to look at this still and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to agree with this guy. That you didn't expect that, did you? Keeping y'all on your toes. Yeah, Dollar Store Andrew Tate. That is exactly right.
10 years older than you, okay? You've got like 6 years in the adult.
Wait. I remember this exchange. There was a little jab from Sneako and we missed it.
I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm not the yeah, I do. Apparently the only one here.
And now you're real world there, guy, gaming all day. Okay.
I'm 10 years older than you, okay? You've got like 6 years in the adult world.
Well, you said it for them to
because you've been YouTubing your entire life. You haven't even lived a real life yet, okay?
They're the same age.
He just said you've been on YouTube your entire life. You haven't even lived a life. You don't even know what it is, boy.
Right? You game all day, but you have more life experience.
That's great. Okay. So if you go to California as a normal guy, okay, without putting my socials or anything on Tinder, it's a hard game. You're swiping a lot and you're doing a lot of conversations, but I was fucking girls on Tinder in California. And I'm not like a fucking ripped giga Chad.
What year? How long ago?
Like I lived in California. I lived in Glendale 4 years ago, Culver City 3 years ago, Huntington Beach 2 years ago.
When were you killing it on?
From Jersey, it just seems like you can really fuck anything in California. I don't even mean anyone. I mean anything. Am I wrong?
On Tinder.
And not killing it, but like I could probably find like 1 to 2 girls a month.
What year was this?
What?
What year was this?
Like in the past, like 2, 3, 4 years. 2, 3, 4 years ago. You can do it as a guy.
No.
But bro, have you guys on Tinder? You've got random pictures of mountains. You've got blurry selfies. You've got like a picture of you in the dark corner of the room where you look like a sociopath. And then guys will come out. No, hold on. These perfect guys will come out. These like 5'11" dudes that look perfectly.
This chick is loving. She is loving that the Fresh and Fit boys are getting put to it. Per usual. Oh my God. What do you mean? No problem. It's Jersey. Keep that shit to where you are. I don't be fucking donuts. What? Byron said it's either a title or a line. And you guys are talking about the different shade of purple. Yeah, I don't know what that is either, but it's a cool name.
I'm like, I'm not 6'2". Like, I can't get any girls. They're hypergamous. Blah blah blah. It's like, no, motherfucker. You either act weird, your pictures suck, or you're not putting any effort in. You get shot down by 2 girls on Tinder, and you spend the rest of your life browsing like red pill videos, talking about how like all women are shit or whatever. Like that's what happens.
That's your own explanation of 1 to 2 a month. Maybe it says a lot. Dude, guys are struggling, bro. Especially on Tinder, bro.
Okay, apparently in college. Famous, wait, hold on. You think the average guy is like, if they could 1 or 2 different girls a month, they wouldn't be happy?
No. If they can, you're saying that you did. That doesn't mean that they can.
No, okay. I'm not trying to be too self-deprecating. Okay,
but you're also famous.
I'm not again. No. That was without social.
He did say without putting in his socials. Now, granted, there's going to be people who know what he looked like, but again, without looking, I'm going to guess that the majority of Destiny's audience and viewers are dudes.
I didn't want to find people that found me through my stream.
But the girls did research, bro. I promise.
How are you gonna?
Hey, shout out to Nick for another atheist in the building. All you fucking Christians out here. I appreciate you all, but I definitely appreciate having another atheist in the building. And he says, I won't try to convince anyone to believe like myself. Do what is right for you. That is what agnostic atheism should be, and I am here for it. Awesome. Preacher says to be fair, he makes it sound so easy, but it's not. A lot of girls won't fuck with you for the dumbest reasons, but a lot will. So yeah, I mean, the problem is that like the different sides of the argument is that like to its logical conclusion, it's like, well, guys could easily fuck, period, or guys can't fuck, period. When neither of those are true. And so one is coming from a perspective. You're saying too many guys can fuck as compared to how many guys can actually fuck. And the Fresh and Fit guys are saying the opposite. That you're saying there's too few guys that can fuck than compared to how many guys can actually fuck. I don't know what to tell you guys. This is what we do here. We break down these conversations and get something out of it.
Find me through research.
Bro, yo, a girl can look at your Tinder profile, put your face into this app, which will go ahead and link you to social media.
I use different pictures. It's obvious. I can obviously tell when a girl knows me or don't. There were a couple that I would meet up and they would say some shit. You could say no cap what you want, but there are a ton of people that use Tinder. There are a ton of people that hit up. I wasn't that famous.
There is no way that you would be, unless she's really, really, really good at just being. I mean, I'm not in that position, so I don't know what it would be like. But it would seem very odd to me. If I was, especially once I got in person, maybe over texting, but if I'm going to hang out with you and you know me as a live streamer, not like 10-minute videos once a week, but there's 12 hours of me talking on the internet a week, I think I'm going to know. I think I'm going to know. Because I'm a pretty eclectic dude. And if that's the case, I'm just going to be like, no. If you're not going to tell me that you know me from the internet, this is too good to be true, and I don't trust you.
It was 3 or 4 years ago. I've blown up a lot over the past year or two.
Bro.
Or we could do the alternative.
That's cap. He's been big for a minute. But remember, it's the internet and it's YouTube and Twitch, and there's a lot of people who have never even heard of this dude. There's a lot of people who've never even heard of, I don't know, name a YouTuber. There's millions and millions. I mean, in the world, there's billions of people who have never heard of the biggest YouTuber you can think of right now. That YouTuber that's in your mind, there's billions of people who have never even heard of that guy or girl or whatever.
We can't compare you to a regular guy.
Hold on. A normal guy on Tinder, that's unbelievable. But 40% of women on an Iowa, Kansas City college campus are getting flown out to Dubai to. That's the world we're in right now. Just to be clear, that's what we're saying is normal. Okay?
I meant all schools around America. I didn't just say Iowa. Okay.
Even though all schools around the world, the number's less than 1%.
And they may have options.
Bro, fresh. Leave it. You take the L, bro. Take the L.
Doesn't mean that they're actually going to do it. I'm just saying the possibility is there that they can actually do it.
They've been offered.
Oh, so what you're actually saying is not that 40% of girls are getting flown out, but that 40% of girls have the option to be flown out. Well, then you're a fucking moron because 100% of girls have the option of being flown out. Oh, that's not what you were saying, though. Gotcha.
Okay. All right, I don't want to dominate the topic.
No, it's fine. I mean, like I said, but it's. I mean, the Tinder and the dating app stats are bro, they're universal. And I agree with you. Part of the reason why guys fail is because their pictures do suck. There's accountability there. However, a woman could take shitty pictures and still kill it on Tinder versus a guy
with
can't.
Not with finding relationships, though. You have to keep remembering our goals are different. Guys are looking for sex. Girls are.
This is the bait and switch that they keep doing. They keep doing the bait and switch, and they're not, they're not addressing that they are talking about women who are looking to fuck. But what they're talking about is women who want relationships. Myron said, Twitch sounds like an STD symptom. I mean, it pretty much is. I mean, I'm live on Twitch right now. We got a couple people from Twitch, but right on my atheist brother. Hell yeah. Let's go. Atheism all day. All day. Mikey Story says, generally, the people who are mainstream or star famous are more than likely to be known by and large than someone like a Tasha K who has 1 million subs. Yeah, definitely. I mean, even 1 million that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, shit, I'll take 1 million subs. But that's also, there's a lot more than 1 million people out there. So, people just said, damn, he called Twitch viewers AIDS, cancel. Show me something different.
Usually looking for relationships. So of course, like, girls can kill it on Instagram from the guy's perspective, but not from the woman's perspective.
But remember, they're still getting the opportunity to get the relationship. The man never gets an opportunity, period.
Are they, though? They're getting the opportunity to fuck, but that doesn't mean that that's an opportunity for anything else.
But it's a totally different set of problems, right? Like, guys don't know what it's like trying to curve a girl. It might be like a girl. That term doesn't even exist, right? Whereas girls might have like 15 different tests to find out if a guy is serious or not.
Why don't you ask one of the 15 girls in the room with you right now?
And not to mention, there's the whole like safety shit that comes up too. Like, it's totally different games that we play when it comes to hooking up with
But
people.
at least they get the opportunity. That's my point.
You guys have the opportunity. You just gotta make the opportunity happen.
Right? Let's ask them how they feel about this whole dating topic of dating apps and Instagram.
Wait, let me say one final thing, and then you can go around. Okay, you said something earlier that I 100% agree with. And I wish people would focus on it more. I think for the majority,
he's gonna go back to the money thing. All of the issues that they are talking about stem from women having more money than they ever have had before.
Majority of human history, men needed to bring one thing to the table to get almost any girl they wanted, and that's an income. That was the only work that we had to put in. Whereas women from birth are trained to do a lot of things around the household, usually, especially in more traditional countries. Like, women are cleaning the house, they're taking care of...
Hey, we got Darshawn McAway in the building. I was just talking about girlfriend versus wife duties. We have the author right here. Welcome, brother. Welcome. Glad to see you. Feel free to drop your channel in the chat. Definitely go check out Darshawn's channel, putting out awesome live streams almost every day, if not every single day, on the grind. Love it. Glad you are here, brother. I think the red pill is dying. I don't know. There's got to be somebody better than Fresh and Fit and Sneako to put it out there. Otherwise, it's dead. Per usual says all those girls look like 304s. I mean, they're on Fresh and Fit. You gotta look your best. Ryan said, of course, men are all about the veg. I mean, men spend 9 months waiting to get out and the rest of their lives trying to get back in. Darshan said the red pill is lost. Oh, what? I didn't mean to do that one. The red pill is lost. And for now, I do agree with you. I think it's not beyond reproach. I think if people can shape up, I think there's people out there who can do better. But right now, it's not looking good. It does not look good. And there is the link to Darshan's channel. Please go check him out. He is doing awesome things over there. And let's get back into
siblings.
it.
They're like doing all the shit around, they're being trained by mom. And like the boys are treated as like little princes. They have to do good in school and they got to do that shit. But for the most part, like men just need to get a job and then you get a woman because women can't work. But now that women have finally gotten to work, right? Women have also been putting in all this work, like emotionally to figure out how to manage their friends and do all that bullshit or whatever, stuff that men traditionally didn't care about because we didn't have to. But now we're in the world where we go out to the dating market. We're like, hey, I've got an income. And a woman's like, okay, and what else? And you're like, my dad didn't train me for this. Nobody in society is talking about this because men traditionally haven't had to compete in other areas. So I think the important thing is to tell men, hey, don't be a schizoid, autistic loser. Learn how to like take care of your house. You should be able to do dishes and do the laundry. Of course. Have more than like one piece of furniture in your whole apartment. Okay. Don't piss all over the toilet seat when you're at somebody's house. If you bring a girl over, have a trash can in the back. Like basic human things that a lot of guys.
It's funny to me that a lot of those things I know that there's somebody here that does not have all of those boxes checked off. Speak up. Who are you? Let's talk about it. If you don't have all of those things checked off in your house right now, then you have no business complaining about women. Darshan, I know Darshan's got it together. Said I would take advice from any of those people on the panel. I'm guessing you're saying wouldn't. Take any advice on this panel. Pedro says, I can't keep looking at his hair. Papa Smurf looking motherfucker. Well, that's why you gotta listen. That's why you gotta listen, man. Ryan said the Tim Pool is strong with this guy. I that's what I thought. You wouldn't take dating advice. I don't know what you mean by this because that Tim Pool is my guy. And Destiny's kind of coming here and shitting all over the red pill, which I'm with because he's right. But I like the red pill because, it helps men. I'm all turned around. I don't know what to do. Help. Said, shit, me too. Little Bear says, I think the red pill and blue pill and whatever other color pill is lost. I think the color is lost. But I do believe people with common sense wins. Common sense wins. Sad nowadays. Not a lot of people have common sense. Common sense is not that common. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Very obvious stuff. When you start making money, all of this
it's
comes
not
into
obvious.
play. If you're gonna become a high earner, you need to be clean. You need to have a nice place.
No, you don't. You don't have to do any of that shit. Dude, the average high earner now is a schizoid work from home tech bro in San Francisco that probably wears the same outfit for a week straight because he doesn't have to go outside ever. What do you mean?
Well, to be fair, he is right. Most guys don't know how to be cleanly. They don't know how to do stuff around the house. However,
high earners.
No, average people.
I'm saying like getting money in the process of becoming successful, all that stuff gets better too.
You think the average crypto finance bro is like
I just real quick, would you not be bored having this same conversation every single night? Like if you're going to do, I'm sure it was fun for like a month. But this is way more, especially to Myron and Fresh. This is definitely a job at this point. It's not. I know that they're not enjoying this like we are. We're having a good ass time with it. It's the same conversation over and over and over again until tonight. Not tonight. I don't know whenever this was recorded. Like, come on. Jenny says, my opinion. Women's selection has not changed. We've always selected for resources. The change is in the pool we have access to and are selecting from. Education resulted in a pool with more resources. Kind of. The pool, the education that you women got, created because of the hypergamy, the pool of men who you are interested in. That pool has more resources. However, the education itself has not raised your sexual marketplace value. That is what a lot of people are, talking about, because a lot of women will think, well, I got a PhD. Kevin Samuels put that on his stream deck. He's one of the sounds. I don't need a cookbook. I'm a PhD. Like, bitch, that's the shit that matters. Like, I don't care about your PhD. I care about, am I gonna have a nice meal to come home to? I'm gonna have peace in my home when I come home. And if you don't care about that, that's fine. But that's the disconnect. And this is the part of the red pill that I don't want to go away. I think, especially myself, I am one of the people that would have loved to get this information 10 years before I did. It would have saved me a lot of heartache and a lot of money. So I don't want it to just go away, but they're not doing it the right way. I'm going to come back to that at the end. Yeah. How do you not get bored saying the same shit? And again, it's not like the women are challenging him on a regular basis. I remember there one time they had like an actual therapist on, and she was doing her thing or whatever, but like boredom. Jane says, hence adjustable 6 or below, targeting 15% of men's population. Goes on to say, I agree with you. Your comments regarding hypergamy, it's a disconnect. Yeah, I mean, everybody's got to get back on the same page. And that's never going to happen if we don't listen to each other.
But it's put together really well. Or the average,
talk a lot about the real world.
Facts, Divine.
The real world experience is the average high earner of crypto, bro.
The average high earner right now is probably doing work from home shit after COVID. I think there's a lot of work from home office work. I don't know if that's the average, but I know it's probably disproportionately overrepresented there.
Ladies,
people like programmers and shit. Okay, go ahead.
In your dating experience, right? Let's just go from part 1.
Oh yeah, there's women on this panel.
Dating apps and Instagram, right? What's your experience? Is it true that guys are like getting laid all the time? What do you think? And then, for example, do you hit up every guy that's just smash only, or is it for something else?
Nah, definitely not.
Is any of them going to be like, yeah, I just use Instagram just to smash? What kind of question is that? You're going to tell me you got 1,000 bodies with a question like that? Get the fuck out of here.
No, I feel like it's equal. Like, women and men both go on dating apps, and it's either if they want to or they want a relationship. I don't.
What are you going it for?
I don't go on it, first of all. I don't.
What about Instagram?
Stop the cap.
Instagram? I just have an Instagram because I post pictures. And
guys don't hit you up and say, hey, I want to take you out?
Of course.
WNFs.
Who do you respond to? Who do you respond to? Do you ever take them serious? What's that?
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Mikey, I missed this. We'll come back to it. I apologize. I don't remember what he said, but someone needs to teach Walter how to ask questions. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like, why is he still on this show? Why is he still part of this? Like, talking about all this boredom. They are one of the highest super chatted shows on YouTube. So slide me in, coach. I'll fucking have this boring ass conversation day in and day out for the kind of money they're making.
Nice.
If you look at my DMs, there's a bunch of unread messages, to be honest. I'm really working on myself right now. So right now, nah. Maybe in a year or whenever I'm ready, then I'll look at
man, nipples you capping, man. All right, go ahead. What about you? Stop the nip. Stop the nip. Chips and dip.
Stop the nip.
All right, she might need you to rephrase the question.
Okay, so dating apps. Do you use them? Why do you think girls use them and guys use them? And then, for example, do you go on dates on dating apps or no?
No, I don't go on dating apps. I tried it once. To be honest, it's bullshit. I don't use it. I wouldn't refer anybody to use it. I feel like men go on there to fuck. Women go in there to fuck. The only thing is, if the sex is...
I went on there to try and find wifey. That was my mistake. Bro, if y'all understood how naive I was, how naive I walked into this woman's life, not realizing how impactful in the worst possible way that relationship could have been. I had no clue. Thank the fucking God I don't believe in that I was too much of a loser for her to want to still date. I dodged a bullet, bro. I dodged a bullet. Like, I don't think Red Pill is running out of time. I think Fresh and Fit is. Oh, shots fired.
Good. She might want a relationship out of it after that.
Right.
But anything else, everybody's just going on there.
Do you genuinely think?
Hey, we got no freedoms in the building. What is good? What is good? Said women are attracted to money and resources. That is why women like older men. Men are attracted to fertile women. That is why men like younger women. Exactly. Wow. Wow. A comment, a full comment from No Freedoms that I completely agree with, that I don't have to skip over. Shouts to you. Shout out to No Freedom. Welcome to the party, brother. Glad to see you. Mickey says, oh, please, not responding to most specials by.
Think a majority of women go on dating apps. Realistically speaking.
Realistically speaking, yeah. Because at the end of the day, the guy has to be attractive enough for me to want to him. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I'm only going, mind you, and on the dating apps, I only see pictures of these people. So physically, I'm attracted to you enough to you to want to be in your face for a long time. Mm-hmm. But mentally, I don't know what the you have going on in your brain.
What if I told you women never meet up with the guys they match up with most of the time?
That's
most of them, but the ones they do do want to.
Yeah,
that is true.
At the end of the day, it's more selective than men, but they do want to guys. They're on there. It's superficial.
But she's saying a majority of women are on online dating apps to have sex. I would argue a majority of women are on dating apps to get attention.
No Freedoms is going out while he's ahead. I appreciate you stopping by, brother. You have a good one.
Well, they're just as selective on the dating apps.
And the numbers reflect that.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers reflect to the real life experiences too. Like most guys that come up to girls in public, they get rejected. The same thing applies to dating apps. Like they're going to the guys that they meet up with, but ultimately they're just more selective.
I'll say dating apps are less forgiving. And the reason why is because dating apps are strictly looks. A girl is gonna left swipe you. Like if you're ugly and you go up to a girl in person, at least you can make up for it with charisma, status. Maybe you are charming, just dress well, you smell well. But on a dating app, it's only your picture. And most guys suck at taking pictures.
Mostly riz.
So this is Divine Rouse comment. Actually, I want to take as many opportunities as I can to highlight the fact that I am not against the red pill. I am not against any of the tenets of what's going on here. It's the way it's being delivered. And hey, we got Mirage Leonard in the building. Welcome to the party. Said, what's up, bro? Hope you're well. Same to you. Hope you are well. Appreciate you keeping it positive and real on Twitch. Doing my best. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for being here. Hope you are enjoying the party. But yeah, Divine Rod, that's the kind of thing that I'm not trying to say the red pill is bad, flat out. I am trying to say Fresh and Fit are bad. And Sneako, he's been kind of up in the air the entire time we've ever been talking about him. Remember, the first time we ever talked about Sneako, for those of you who were here, was him having red pill rage from being red pilled when he started streaming. But the point is, there's too many women who just can make it through life without having to string a complete sentence together. And so we get women who are 30 years old, 25, 30 years old, and don't know anything except how to get from this day to the next day to the next day to the next day, and that being through men's resources. It's sad. Nick says we need to stop the pendulum swinging. Don't push it back the other way again. We need balance, yin and yang. Feminism pushed it far back, so let's stop it in the middle this time. Balance. I appreciate your optimism. I do believe that this is possible. I don't know how probable it is, but if we can get there, I 100% agree with you, brother.
I think it's mostly like the first couple of messages. If I can make her laugh, if I do a pickup,
bro.
Hell no.
For you can, but average guy can't.
Average guy can't.
But most of the matches where I don't put any effort, I just go head ? I'd get blocked or something like that.
Nigga, you're a chat.
Nigga,
no, I get blocked when I skip all the bullshit. When I do no riz and I don't play a game, I just go head ? They're like, fuck you. But then I actually play
in public. People know who you are. Come on, man.
I don't think girls famous as much as you guys.
Again, wrong. People don't know who Sneako is unless you are a person who sits in and watches stuff like this. Most people don't do that. We are a different breed of human. Most people are on TikTok, first of all. And they are looking at the fastest, quickest content they can. So this long form content is only popular with a certain demographic anyway. And that demographic is much smaller than the people who are watching YouTube Shorts and TikTok and IG Reel and stuff like that. And maybe they're getting clips of Sneako and clips of Fresh and Fit and clips of but these people are not known. Different Shaded Purple said, I don't know if I'm qualified to talk about a lot of things. Create a lot of content out of anger. Knew I needed to change direction, but I couldn't make meaningful content. Well, shout out to you for being self-aware and working on yourself and understanding that maybe that your content wasn't necessarily the best for other people, and it's okay if you just want to make content for yourself. The part of one YouTuber that the lead attorney of the YouTube mastermind that I'm a part of, definitely worth it. I mean, it's $50 a month, so it's not cheap, but it's worth it if you are a YouTuber. He talks about this guy who just takes his phone and he'll just, no apps, no anything, no StreamYard. He'll just go to YouTube, the YouTube app, go live, put the phone on his lap, drive around, and just talk about shit. And he don't care about anything. And his channel is I don't remember how big it is, but it's huge. And he's making bank. And he's just doing what he wanted to do. So absolutely, people like me who are specifically trying to make this my career, I'm trying to follow a bit more of a typical path. But if you created a lot of content out of anger and that helped you, even if it didn't do well, that doesn't mean it's bad. That just means that's not the kind of content you're going to get famous off of. And so making content that's not for other people is going to help you in terms of content that is for other people. So maybe just, Different Shade of Purple is just for you. And then you have a completely separate channel that isn't connected to Different Shade of Purple at all. And that's where you don't use it as a way to vent and to get your anger out. And so so your videos aren't going to be as angry and you can get more of the meaning that you're looking for. I don't know. Just thinking. Just saying.
I think so.
Oh. No. It's not that. That is it. No. It's not that. It's that they swipe right on you in the first place because you're a handsome guy. Pause.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And we end on a good note that Myron is telling Destiny and that he is so attractive. Look how adorable this fucking dog is. I love this dog so much. And I love all of you guys. This was a really important stream, I think. I really appreciate those of you who are first timers. Please do hit that subscribe button. And of course, we are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And I love doing this. I think we done did a thing. We done did a thing, guys. This red pill stuff is all over the place, including on my TV and a lot of your TV. And the fact is that, it's spreading. And if we want our message to be spread properly, we have to make sure the people who are at the top spreading it are doing so properly. We have to make sure that we speak up to those that we don't agree with. Different Shades saying 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I don't know if I could vamp for 20 minutes, but all right. Here's what I'm going to do. Because I really am interested in what you guys think. So I'm going to drop the link. We're going to do a lightning round because the full conversation is happening over in Discord. So if you really want to talk about this, the link for the Discord is in the description. It is free to join the Discord. It is free. But it's not going to stay free. I have a number that's in my head, and when we reach that number of members, I'm cutting it off. Everybody who's in there is going to be grandfathered in. You're free. You're good. And everybody else is going to have to pay monthly. So join the Discord. As soon as this stream is over, I'm heading over there. That is what I do every single time the stream ends. Go over there, and we talk about whatever we want. We don't have to worry about YouTube filters. We don't have to worry about anything like that. So that is what I like doing. Why I like doing that over there. But I do want to hear from you guys. So I have just dropped the link. If anybody would like to come up, you must cam up. I'm not doing any no cam up I am not really trying to be on guard, and unfortunately, the trolls are out. So you must come up if you would like to come up. Let me pin the link there. The link is pinned. So if you want to come up, come on up. But what does Divine and Rod say? On our journey, one must guard against becoming nihilistic. Facts. I love that. I love that because although I don't personally see nihilism as a terrible thing. That's a whole other conversation. I do want fine. Only a different shade of purple can come up without camming up. Nobody else. And that's unfair, but yeah, so nobody else. And different shade, we're not doing this every time. When I drop the link, this is the last time. If you want to come up, you are more than welcome. I would love to hear what all you guys have to say about all of this, but I can't get my channel taken down on somebody trying to be like, oh, look, there's porn on my phone. And that's the end of my career before it even began. You know? So the link is there. Exception is being made whenever you want to come through. I know the fact that you've been here and you've been hanging out. I do trust you, but just be aware. Going forward. Nick says because this is like you're having a conversation with all of us. I enjoy that more. That is what I enjoy too. That is exactly what I'm trying to do here. There's channels where it's like, here, I'm going to tell you a thing. There's channels where, here, I'm going to report the news. That's not what we do over here. What we do over here is take something that is relevant, but maybe not like topical necessarily, and look at a conversation that you may not even have otherwise ever checked out. And look at it through a lens of, okay, there's something here. I've already pre-screened it. So there's something here. What can we gather? And what can we use? What can we take from this to become better people, to become better at understanding our own positions, better at understanding the positions of other people, and just better at having these conversations so that we can do better with whatever we're trying to do. So let's welcome our first guest, the Mikey Story. Welcome.
Hey, brother.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. So I'm just going to make this really quick because of what a different shade of purple was saying earlier. First of all, I just wanted to say to you, just keep in mind that this is YouTube. In other words, you be yourself, you post it. And as long as you're consistent, as long as you abide to the guidelines, as long as you do certain things that will help your channel to get to the masses, then everything else will come, no problem, right? And so I just wanted to bring out one example of what he was talking about that was very, very widely successful. So there was this older guy. You probably might have remembered this guy, but there was this older guy by the name of Angry Grandpa. Okay,
sounds familiar. It sounds familiar.
But Angry Grandpa, just the name alone, that's basically what his channel was about. He was always mad about something, and because he would get mad about something, that's why people came to see his channel, and that's why his channel blew up. Because obviously, like for example, he would he would get mad at his son for certain things, and he would smash the table. Or one time he smashed his PS4, and that thing went extremely viral. And there's loads of things that he gets really triggered, quick about.
Is he
but
still around? Darshan's asking him.
no, he passed away. He passed away.
Oh,
Yeah.
R.I.P. Angry Grandpa.
Yeah. But
Speaking of which, I did drop the link to Mikey's channel. Please go check him out. He's doing great things over there. And then you saw Darshan's link earlier. Please do check them out. Great friends of the channel. So, what did you think about this this conversation? I know it was 2 different clips, but what is your takeaway here?
Okay, my thought is the following. It's like saying 2 things can be right at the same time.
Okay.
Right?
2 things can be right at the same time, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because again, it's like this conversation is more of let's see who can be right, versus okay, you have something to say. Okay, so let's unpack what you got to say, and then move on to the next point. Unpack that, that kind of thing, versus, well, I'm saying this and this and this. So okay, I need to one up what you're saying, and it's that kind of back and forth, and that's why it feels to me like, well, okay, some of what you guys are saying, yeah, and some of what you guys are saying, you missed the mark. So
right, but the thing is, you realize that we are not their target audience,
right?
Even though, as I was talking about, like I definitely needed their content and learned a lot from them.
Yeah,
it was maybe a couple weeks of watching the show. Like, okay, I got it. Their target audience is young kids who not only are learning the information, but finding entertainment from the actual conversations.
Yeah.
So I understand why people like yourself and me are like, okay, we get it. Nah, I'm not really interested in this, and would rather watch other red pill content creators. The problem is that, like I said, they are making money. They are getting the headlines. They are up there, and there are young impressionable men listening to them.
Well, here's the thing, right? With Fresh and Fit. You have to keep in mind that Fresh and Fit, as far as their growth, wasn't based necessarily on how great their talking points was. Come on, let's be clear on that. That they didn't grow because of that. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think they caused their growth?
Oh, well, I mean, for the obvious reason, because they would get into these talks with women or guys, but mainly women, and and because there's a lot of pushback, and then with some of the women that when it became a little overboard, they would either get kicked out, or some of them unfortunately just drank too much, and it became a crap show. I don't want to cuss, but it became a crap show, after a while. And so, from that point of view, it's entertainment value, and at the same time, it's
it's more a shocking entertainment rather than edutainment. And for me personally, I don't know if you agree with this. And Darshan, the Frank Castle and kicking the women off.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was. I didn't watch Punisher. I definitely need to check that out. I don't know if they're connecting it to the other MCU stuff, but the idea is that it's not that we don't want men to understand these secrets of dating of the world.
Yes.
It's that we don't want them to take this information and then be so hurt and upset by it that it causes them to create a feedback loop where they are becoming the guys that the women are afraid of, and then the women are becoming the women that guys are afraid of because of that feedback loop. So is there anybody?
Right. And that's part of the reason why I was saying in the chat earlier that in order to correct that, they would need someone who's older, much wiser, to balance off the talking points so that that person who's listening can go, wait a minute, guys, or they can check them, or whatever it is that, whatever it is that they're saying, so that they don't say something, to your point, that someone who's younger and impressionable might take that as that's either a gospel or, man, that's great. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And so because they don't have that, to your point, of course, someone who's younger is not going to know the difference per se, because to them, at that moment,
I'm sorry, real quick. We got
common sense
Scott
to them.
Wesley in the building. Welcome, Scott Wesley. I definitely agree with you. John Jones is the GOAT. We are just trying to determine, fresh and fit, Sneako, they blue pilled? Are they betas? I think so. Welcome to the party, Scott. I'm sorry, Mikey, you were saying.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So basically, the point I'm making here is that because it's them talking, and someone who's younger watching this, their common sense at that moment is not enough to be able to process and go, wait a minute, you guys are talking a pack of shit.
Yeah.
It's not enough. So they're taking.
Is there anyone in the red pill space that you feel is doing a good job of putting this message out there? Tough question, right? It's, I mean, you got your, going down the list. We got, all the way from Fresh and Fit. You got Coach Greg Adams. You got Rich Cooper, is the bald white guy. Some people consider a TLA in that camp, but he doesn't, and I kind of don't either. But either way, I think he, as Jenny was saying before, that I think his version, the whole purple pill thing, is a good way to go about things once you understand the tenets of the blue pill. So Jenny says the question is fresh and fit blue pilled. Essentially, I mean, I don't think that they are, but the question is, are they the red pilled alphas that they really present themselves to be? If blue-haired liberal Destiny can come in and come in and just tear their entire framework down, that's really the question.
Yeah, but but the irony behind it is, I would say they're borderline blue pill than they realize.
Speak on that. What you mean?
Okay, so for example, like you notice with well, forget Walter, because to me Walter don't know jack. So nope. I wouldn't count Walter. Okay. So for those of you who don't know who I'm talking about Fresh. Okay. That's his given name, right? Anyways, so for those, so just to clarify, Fit is Myron, Fresh is Walter. Okay. Right.
So, real quick, I'm going to bring into the conversation, we got Jenny backstage. Jenny, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
Very well. You had some awesome contributions in the chat. I am very excited that you are up here.
Thank you. I enjoy your stream. So,
well, thank you. What did you think about the idea that these guys who are projecting themselves to be the leaders of this movement, of the ideology, are speaking this way?
I'm not convinced that both are I don't quite alpha, if that makes sense. I think Fresh is definitely not alpha.
Yeah, I think Mikey, you were just about to speak on that, right?
I would agree with Mikey, absolutely. Myron, I don't know. I think he tries to portray that he's alpha, but I don't know, because I don't know him personally. Just my opinion, I think he's probably in his personal life more purple pill.
I would agree with you. And I think actually that is a very big part of masculinity. Just in my personal opinion, is being comfortable with the fact that, hey, you got feelings. And sometimes there's a girl that walks by like, oh my God, she's like that. Hey, you could be the biggest, burliest, whatever, dude. Don't tell me there's never been a woman who's made you feel like that. And so if you can just admit that it is what it is, then you don't have to be all, typically what they present as alpha and what it's turning into what they call as toxic masculinity. And I think again the problem comes back to this hyper hyper controversial version of this conversation that's meant to get views. I don't hate on the hustle, but I do think it's having some not great effects in our society, especially when it comes to younger people.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Like, even when in the discussion that they were having, I wasn't like sure. Like, I questioned how genuine the conversation was. Like, was it how they felt, or is it just to get clicks, right? So that's a great point that you bring up.
Yeah, and so I was asking Mikey, how familiar are you with the red pill space?
Not familiar. Obviously I've seen some Fresh and Fit videos because they went viral of them like kicking off bimbos and
exactly.
And even in those videos, it's just very like over the top.
Right.
I can't nail down like if they're truly like genuine. Like, are these real feelings, or like are you guys just trying to like do it for shock value?
And I mean, as a man, I feel the same way, coming from the perspective of like, should I be operating this way? Should I be thinking this way? Or like, are you just, like you said, putting on a show?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So
let's add one more voice
Jenny.
to the sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so let me ask you something, Jenny, because I don't know if you heard this about my opinion, but I just wanted to find out if maybe you kind of feel similar in this fashion. Do you feel like, so far from what you've heard, it almost sounds like as though the bottom line is two things can be right at the same time?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't catch that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you meant by that either.
Yeah,
can you explain a little bit more?
So
actually, really quick, Mikey, before we do that, we have one more person, and I'm usually doing one-on-ones, but we're all here, so I'm gonna drop everybody in, and a different shade of purple is coming up on the in the building.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, man. Thank you so much for having me on.
Not a problem. So let's get to Mikey's question, and then we'll come to you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, just to clarify what I was saying was that between Destiny, Fresh and Fit, and Sneako, equally had good points, right? And so because they had good points, but at the same time, what I was also saying to TheIndianJesus was that it feels like more of a who's trying to be right kind of conversation, who's trying to flex their muscle kind of conversation, or who's trying to one up, even though, there is a good point, but let me try to one up you, or let me try to see who has the better out of, So that's why I was asking, do you think maybe the bottom line so far, if you've listened to the whole thing, that you kind of got out of it is, it almost sounds like two things can be right kind of thing.
Yeah, so I definitely agree that, well, not necessarily Destiny. I think Destiny was more receptive to their perspective, like
Mhm.
with active listening.
Mhm.
But with Fresh and Fit and Sneako, I think they were just trying to make their point.
Okay.
Yeah, I agreed. So a different shade of purple. What's going on? What did you think of all this? Did you think they were putting their best foot forward? What is going on in your mind?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. And I hate that I do this every single time. Because whenever you come in, I usually be at work, so I do apologize about that.
Not a problem. Oh, I think we lost Jess.
To be honest, I was kind of in and out.
Sorry, Jenny. Sorry, go ahead.
If you want to, I was kind of in and out, where, listening to it, because again, I was working. I will say this: the one thing that I do know is that a lot of what they say is kind of a lot of nonsense. And when you look at who they bring on, they always seem to bring on the same type of woman. There's a lot of women out there that are a lot smarter and a lot more intelligent than the women that they bring on onto their show, and could probably just wipe the slate clean with them and just shut them down. So, but I mean, again, this is not just to sit here and say this is a rebuttal to the red pill. The red pill is something that is absolutely necessary. I know me. The thing about a lot of us, and I know I'm kind of off track, and you put me on track whenever you feel like it, but I came in angry. I was very, very angry. A lot of my early content that I have wiped off my page, was really out of anger because of what has happened to me, and I didn't know how to deal with it. And that was not until I began to get therapy. And I can tell you, it's really helping me a lot. It has helped me to move forward. And I'm more active on my TikTok page, but I'm beginning to move away from the anger that I've been spouting out, because you just come to the realization that the healthiest part of the red pill is come to the realization that women are just people.
That's it, brother. That is it.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just if you could be a little bit more specific, what exactly was? Because I mean, trust me, I was there too. Had that red pill rage. I think all of us at some point. Oh, we got Jenny back. I think all of us, had that phase of red pill rage. And so, more specifically, what do you mean in terms of saying your content was angry?
It came, first of all, the base of my anger and rage came from how I was messed over. The best thing that I can say is that I had a couple of things that happened to me in my past that absolutely was not fair. And I know that if they thought that I was a different kind of person, they would have never done to me what they did. Okay. And that was where the foundation of my anger and rage came from. And I never quite let it go.
So like a protection?
One of the reasons why I never let it go is because I couldn't figure out why. Number one, I couldn't figure out why I was the target of it. That was number one. And number two, I didn't know how to deal with it. So I kind of use that as a means to not interact with people, but also project, my own anger and my own feelings out against them. And that was wrong. Okay. And, at some point you got to take responsibility for what has happened to you, even though you had no wrong in what has happened. Because in taking responsibility, you learn how to guard yourself against it. You learn how to look out for it and say, I'm not going to allow that to happen to me again. I see that in you. You're the same type of person. It's just like, you saying that you being cautious of me, not camming up, right? You knew to guard yourself against that, so that you don't have some person come up ruining what it is that you're already trying to build.
Jenny's off camera here, making me a little nervous, but I'm gonna trust her. I'm gonna trust y'all both. I mean, the fingers on the room button, but it's all.
I said it last time. I am going to donate to your PayPal.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, brother. And shout out to Mikey for being the sponsor of the last stream. Or no, Jess was the sponsor of the last stream. Mikey was the sponsor of the stream before that. So I do appreciate that very much, guys.
Thank you.
So you know, when it comes down to it, the anger is an inherent part of the red pill.
Yeah, it's coming to realizing how you've been used, how you've been taken advantage of, you know, against how, you know, against the other people who wouldn't have done so to you otherwise, right? The ignorance and, you know, coming to the realization of who is complicit. You know, even the ones that you love, believe it or not, are complicit in the things that you being taken advantage of, because they have a stronger self-interest. Even your loved ones, believe it or not, it will blow your mind when you come to learn that. It will blow your mind. And
Definitely.
so, you know, it's just, but again, it's me learning to deal.
I heard that, brother. I heard
you know,
that.
that was my whole thing. And that is the reason why when it came to my content, you know, I'm kind of finding it hard. First of all, I don't know that I can call myself an authority to speak on a lot of things, right? You know, I can sit here and my main focus was on Fault's great flavor and essays from college, if that makes sense. But you know, I couldn't find a lot of stories, and the stories that I began to find, I'm not sure that I wanted to speak on them because they were horrible, absolutely horrible. But
can I offer a thought to you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'm listening to what you're saying so far, and the only thought that comes to mind is, because you were speaking about, you know, putting out content, I think you should still use the anger and all of that content that you said you have as a transferable moment, meaning still put it out there, and yet at the same time you can show the evolution of you being that quote unquote angry man to you being a more quote unquote calm person. So by the time you've become the person that you've said, okay, this is really where I want to be at in life, you can tell people, listen, here's how I know it works, because I have videos showing that I was that guy. So in other words, you're showing evidence. You're showing the evolution of
right, and that can definitely be helpful, especially to the young ones who are watching A Fresh and Fit,
absolutely,
and are seeing like, oh, okay, this is the path of a real person.
Yeah.
So we have a question here from Nick for Jenny. It says, would you say a modern man acts like an old-fashioned gentleman is alpha to you? You're a very attractive woman. I want your opinion. Nick, shoot your shot, brother.
Well, thank you for the compliment. In regards to the question, it depends on what you would consider old-fashioned. So can you kind of follow up on that?
Yeah. So Nick, if you want to follow up on that. So if I was the way that I'm interpreting this question, would you say a modern man that acts like an old-fashioned gentleman is alpha? Does it kind of speaks to taking the reins of the relationship? And again, I'm kind of you know, this is conjecture of what Nick is saying, but you know, an old-fashioned gentleman to me, you don't want to be old-fashioned in general, because we're here today, and most of these women are modern women anyway. But bringing back the or at least peppering in the aspects that we would have called gentlemanly or chivalrous in the past, that seem to have gone out the window.
Okay.
To just, things like holding the door open, and or a big one is opening the car door. I never really did that, and then once I got into this space, I found that, like, oh, chicks care about that. Like, all right.
Yeah.
So for me, I was born in the 80s. So
shout out to the 80s babies. Let's go.
So what I think is taking the lead. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to like open the door, right? It just means that when it comes to critical decision making, I personally would prefer the man to make those critical decision making. He has the knowledge, he has the discernment, and he can make those decisions. Now, in making those decisions, I am comfortable with being consulted as a woman for my input, but ultimately, I don't think the woman should just be the one to make lead decisions, if that makes sense. So for me, that's what I would find like a man taking the lead, I guess, being so-called alpha.
So is it fair to say, from what you're saying, is if a guy was to ask you out on a date and you said yes, your version would be more or less, okay, his answer would have to be, okay, I'm picking you up at 8, we're gonna go here, and so forth and so forth. Is that the general consensus?
Well, my man, that's exactly how it went. Yes, that would be my consensus.
Well, how close to Jersey are you?
I'm sorry?
How close to Jersey are you?
Is someone shooting that shot?
Midwest somewhere, but yeah,
All right.
that's what I would expect.
We can make it work. We can make it work.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. Like if we're talking about dating, okay, my expectation from a man who is so-called, alpha is a new term for me. Okay, so I'm just using it because I guess that's what people use. But what I mean by alpha is a man that takes the lead. If he's asking me out on a date and I agree to the date, I expect to know where we're meeting, what time, and personally, what should I wear? What should the attire be? Etc. So yeah.
Red and sparkly. Short. Red and sparkly and short. There you go. That is, ladies, that is always what you should wear. So that's very interesting to see that, this idea. So shout out to Darshan, who is enjoying this conversation. We hear the word submission so often in the red pill space, and how your woman should submit to you and you should submit to a man no matter what. And it gets so muddied because of the weight of that word. And so shout out to Darshan, who really put a much better packaging of that that notion. And Darshan, correct me if I'm not 100% right, but you were saying it's basically streamlined communication. Streamlined communication. That I'm the man, so we're gonna do this. You follow my lead. That doesn't mean that I'm not asking you for your opinion. That doesn't mean that I don't care about, you want this, that, and the other. But does that sound like what you're talking about in terms of the man taking the lead, but not being a dick?
100%. I agree with that.
Shout out to Darshan, helping me every day, helping me understand more shit. Shout out. Everybody go check him out. He is smarter and more successful than me.
Much.
Yes, sir.
What's stopping you from asking Jenny out?
When I get the money to flew her out, she gonna get flued out. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Hit them I mean, if you rooting for it, hit the Cash App. And if you're really rooting for subscribe, so I can get more subscribers, get them super chats. You know how it is, Jenny. Don't you worry, girl. I got you. I'm holding. I'm holding my cards right now.
Jenny. I'll tell you what. If I Cash App Lutch the money, would you go?
No. I would have to pleasant line. I'm sorry. So here's the thing about me.
That's all right.
So I am the type of gal where, and I think we've kind of gotten lost in the sauce with this like the society nowadays. I definitely don't lead on. Okay. So I try to be honest, genuine.
You said, motherfucker, pass. That's right. That's right. That's right.
And
That's
I
right.
am in a relationship for everyone to know. So
Sure.
Okay.
the
No
opinions
problem.
that
No
I'm
problem.
expressing, their opinions. So yeah.
No problem. No problem.
May I,
But thank you. I appreciate the offer. Thank you.
So a different shade of purple. Where are you on this whole idea of there are women in general, whether they say it, whether they believe it or not, a lot of them, so many of them are very much like Jenny in the sense that they want a man to lead. They want a man to take the lead. And of course, obviously, they don't want to be treated poorly. But what is that? What she's saying. What does that translate to in terms of what a man should do?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not really one to say anything about dating. I haven't really been dating a whole lot. I've been working. Okay.
Shit, me too.
Because currently I'm broken, dusty. Tell the truth, shame the devil, as they say.
It doesn't matter, brother. It doesn't matter.
So
Nope.
I mean,
Nope.
I'm trying to improve, improve myself, improve my financial situation,
There you go.
make myself a lot more stable. That's the reason why I was begging you. I was like, please stay 20 more minutes because I was working.
Well, and I think
I do want to say this. I'm sorry. I was hoping I could take a slight pivot.
Sure.
Or maybe I don't know how much of a pivot it would be.
Go for it.
What I believe the true definition of what a so-called alpha is. Alpha really, when we made up the term, has to do with women and how they view us. I'm not sure. I'm gonna type it into private chat here because I want to respect your channel. I see that word.
Okay.
You see it?
You can say it.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about the word sexually. We can say that.
Yeah. Okay. So
that's
it,
yeah. Okay.
It has to do with how women view us sexually. Let me give you an example. Have you heard of Derek Jackson?
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So in case anyone don't know anything about Derek Jackson, this guy, he was, pretty much acting like he was beta, telling women all kinds of lies, saying that, a real man would take a single mother, a man would go, exactly.
And meanwhile, he was getting it in.
Exactly.
He was running them down.
This man messed over his wife with an IG model, turned around, dropped that IG model, and got with another one. When I see that, let me tell you something. And here's the kicker. And this is why I'm not mad at Derek Jackson anymore. I'm taking notes. I'm being dead serious. I'm taking notes. I'm not saying that I want to be like him, but I am taking notes.
Okay, why is that?
This man still has women listening to him.
There's a reason. There's a reason.
He still has women after all that stuff that he said.
What's the reason? What's the reason?
In which, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Tell me what's the reason.
There's a reason.
I don't get it.
And I don't mean to cut you, but there's a reason because he is a smart guy in terms of he's figured out the psyche of the kind of women that he's trying to talk to. And because he's figured out that psyche, he knows how to tap in, right? So that's why he's attracting these type of women and he's making money. And as you know, if you have a certain value and resources as a man, and you know how to tap into certain women's psyche, yeah, no problem. No problem.
That's the game. That's the game.
But I guess
is that the game or is that playing games?
Right. And I promise you this, it's got nothing, I'm telling you, it's got nothing to do with looks. Because there's some women that will argue and say, Derek is not. If you look at him in terms of his face, he's kind of
He's clouded though. He's clouded. He's got that cloud.
Right?
Well,
Even though he may have some guns and stuff, but going past that, he's kind of
did you have a further point with that one?
Well, I guess, it's just like I said before, and I said this on my TikTok. I'm a bit more active on my TikTok. There's a lot of women, just like men, I want to make that clear, who are straight up not good people.
Yeah.
They are straight up not good people.
Yeah.
And again, that's part of what the red pill is all about, realizing that. Because I'm going to tell y'all a story about what happened on my TikTok. And I'm going to ask one more thing of the Indian Jesus. And again, I greatly appreciate you having me on.
Let's not try to long stroke everybody. Let's get to the
I'm gonna get to the point. I'm gonna get to the point. I was trying to at times I can be a bit centric towards my people, which is people of color. And there was a woman that goes by the username CF Story who was talking about, black people getting together, black men and black women getting together, voting a voter base, right, in order to evoke change, which is understandable. I tried to make the point to her that there's a growing number of black men who are not going to do that because of the issues and the things that they have suffered because of other black women. These women came for me. And they all got there, and the things that they were saying, talking, and they knew some of the reasons. They knew some of the reasons happened to do with divorce rates, had to do with false, I guess, can I say the word ALLEGATIONS?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. False allegations, how how women are part of the main reasons why black men have to deal with the police, all that stuff. They were saying this stuff in the comments. They didn't care. They did not care. They still came for me. And it let me know that there's a lot of women who know what they're doing is not right, but they just do not care. A lot of women, they are not vying for real equality. They want rights, they want privileges, but not the accountability. And that's the main thing. And every time I talk about what's wrong with this society and I talk about women, I talk about their parts. I'm not sitting here talking about women are the sole issue. And I want to sit here and say that again. And that's part of the reason why you see my channel being a different shade of purple. They are not the sole issue. But at some point, you got to take accountability for your part. And a lot of women, when you listen to them, they don't care. What are you going to do?
Well, I got a great person to answer that question. I've been singing his praises. We got in the building, Darshawn McAway. What is going on, brother?
What's up, man?
Can you, as always.
For sure. Can you guys hear me? Okay, good deal. Good deal. Productive conversations, man. Salute.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
What's the question on the floor? Because I really want to give people some answers, because there are some answers to these solutions.
So, different shade. Do you want to just summarize the point you were just making?
Well, I just summarized that last point. Thank you very much. I don't mind it. And one last thing, the part where I was speaking and Mikey had made that suggestion. Would you allow me to use that clip to share on my own social media pages on YouTube and TikTok? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was asking. All right. Thank you very much. And I'm more than happy to listen to you, Jashawn. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
you for bringing me on.
Do you have any social media or your TikTok or anything you want to shout out?
I may be starting to go back to making content on a different shade of purple here on YouTube. Right now I'm a bit more active on TikTok, and I'm also looking to create a locals.com account. So look out for me.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, thank you so much for hanging out, brother. I really appreciate your point of view and appreciate you hanging out. You have a good one.
Thank you, sir.
Salute.
Jeez. Salute. All right. So we got Darshan in the building. I was hoping we'd get a little reiteration of that question. But in general, what do you think about the idea that the red pill is a good thing? And even as Dark Shade of Purple was saying, Different Shade of Purple was saying that it's necessary, but we're seeing shit like this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's not going great.
So, it's one of those things where it's to the point where you can almost overeducate yourself, and unless you actually put it to some actual work and experience. So it's good to be knowledgeable about it, right? It's good to know what a beta is, an alpha, a sigma, red pill, blue pill. It's good. But when you start getting into relationships with women, you have to take what you know and kind of push it to the side and learn how to talk to that person for what you see at that face value. See, a lot of women are not going to necessarily go for the calling you a beta or alpha to your face. That's just something that we're seeing on social media, something that's going on through YouTube. When you actually meet a young lady at church, you meet somebody at Walmart or Target, you're not going to be talking about, hey, do you know Sneako? Do you know Destiny? Those are not the conversations you're going to have. If anything, you're going to have conversations about, well, hey, what do you do for a living? And they may ask you, do you go to church or something like that? So, one of the main things I like to tell people is, man, when you get a chance, especially to the men and young men too, when you get a chance to meet a young lady that you feel attracted to, know that you feel attracted to her, but just go ahead and just talk to her, right? Because sometimes, just like kind of what we witnessed with Jenny, you guys were playing around, but you shot your shot, but she was already taken. And a lot of times when you talk to women, they're already taken. They're just trying to talk to you at face value anyway, right? You got to let them ask the question about, hey, you got a girrifriend? Hey, you got this? That way it
I was
opens
playing
up the
around.
door.
Mikey fucking put it out there. Like, hey, I'll fucking fly you out. Like, yo, bro, I just fucking, Jesus Christ, chill the fuck out.
No, it was good. It was good
Jesus
entertainment.
Christ, Mikey.
It was good.
Good. And they were like, Jenny, are you going to fly to New Jersey? No. What do you mean? You know who the fuck I am? What are you doing? I had it going.
Yeah,
But
it was good. That was good YouTube. That's why I jumped on. I was like, this is good. This is good. This is good.
I had it.
But here's the thing. Here's where my expertise comes in. A lot of times we as men, we mess up those opportunities because we jump in too quick with the attraction level. We automatically instantly think like, hey, this person want to jump my bones, I want to jump their bones, and you kind of go for it. When actually sometimes the women that you meet may be more of a financial catalyst to you than a sexual partner. And I've made a lot of money off of women by saying, you know what, I'll pass because I know your uncle or I know, your relatives, and it'd be better for me to make money with you than to be with you in a sense. So you guys got to understand who the real consumers are too. It's the women. The women spending the money. You see what they did to Derek Jackson? They made him rich.
Yeah.
And that's the point that I made earlier.
Yeah.
Exactly. And despite all of that, like you said, Mikey, he's still got an audience. He's still making money. He's still doing his thing.
Yeah.
And that's the power of the internet and the power of creating a extremely curated image.
Yeah.
That it was so well done. I mean, for better or worse, it was so well done that even though he did the exact thing that is the complete opposite of his brand, he did so in a way that allowed his fans, his viewers, whatever you want to call them, to put that into their mind and excuse me, and be like, oh no, this is okay, this works, I can still listen to this guy, and kudos. I mean, that is not easy.
Yeah.
See, think of it this way, right? With Darshan, right? Now, Darshan has this book, and sorry I didn't read your book.
Number of books.
It's okay.
Anyways, so all right. So here's the thing, right? So he's got this book and he's promoting it, yada 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 yada, and let's just throw a number by saying there is 30 people who love this book and swear by it, right? Let's just put that out there just for hypothetical and argument's sake. Okay, boom. Now, if he did something that went totally against what he wrote, but these same 30 people were loyal to him, trust me, he could go to those same people because they have that loyalty and get their forgiveness. And guess what? He will write another book and they will still buy into him.
Yeah.
Simply because of the loyalty. And that's what I'm trying to say. That's why with Derek Jackson, he still got it. Because
well, that's a good thing for my boy Darshawn. If Darshawn happen, that's a good thing for my boy Darshawn if Darshawn happens to fuck up.
Well,
but is that a good thing for us to? Is that a good tenet of society that like I ride for who I ride for? It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter if they're talking bullshit. It doesn't matter. Is that a good idea? I mean, if Darshawn comes out here and he's talking shit about men, or he's talking shit about women, or he's talking shit about kids, or all the things that he is so positive about,
right?
Should I just let that go?
No.
Well,
definitely
again,
hold me accountable. Hold me accountable
but,
for sure.
But again, my point is saying that us as a society, by and large, will naturally say, "Man, we shouldn't even forgive this guy because that was a complete no-no." But what I'm saying is the people who are loyal to him are not going to look at it that way. They're going to look at it as, okay, yeah, he messed up, but he still has something of value that we can rock with. So we'll forgive him, and okay, we'll keep going. We'll keep spending the money, and that's exactly why you have the Derek Jacksons. Who?
All right, so Darshawn, what do you got to say to that?
So here's the thing: to the loyal, so we know who the loyal people will be. The loyal people will be the women. The women don't care what most men do anyway if they want to have a piece of you, right? So if they're next in line, they can care less about what you did. They're just looking for the back to be blown out, right? To say, hey, I had a chance to ride on the merry-go-round. So I understand where you're coming from, but we're also talking about when the women get on Fresh and Fit, those guys, Walter and Myron, what they call themselves doing is telling women about themselves. But the girls are like, hey, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I don't care. I'm gonna see how far I can push the next guy. Okay, I didn't get through on this guy, I'm gonna try the next sucker, and I'm gonna try the next sucker. And they say, well, if this guy keep on letting me do it. So a lot of men, and I usually don't use this terminology, but a lot of men break their masculine frame, right? They break you're trying, you want to be strong, but you're noticing that you like this girl, but you know what? She pushed over on you. And the moment you let one thing out of your sight is when you lose your vulnerability towards women, and then they keep on pushing you till they break you down. So the women don't care. A lot of women don't care. It's a select few. It's a select few that do care, but for the majority, they don't care. They're gonna do whatever they want to, and if they can get away with it, they will.
Well, funny you mentioned Fresh and Fit, because look at what went down with Walter. He put himself out there trying to get with the one girl he met
that
from
chick,
what's that
some
website?
cam girl? I don't know.
The cam girl.
He was trying to get with some cam girl, and I was like, no,
so
this isn't Blue Pill. This is
no, right.
He ain't.
So
he on some bullshit.
He paid to play originally with this chick, okay.
So now we get along. Okay, bro.
He paid to play with this chick, okay? But he went on the show saying, no, it's not like that.
Right.
I mean, girl,
I gotta be honest. I don't really necessarily care too much about the personal drama of what is going on in their lives. I really care more about who they are to other men, to the average men out there. Who do they see when they see a Fresh and Fit video? When they see Myron and they see Walter,
right?
Do they see two guys who are out here doing Jerry Springer 2.0, 3.0, whatever it is? Or do they see somebody to be followed? Do they see somebody whose word is gospel? And the fact that there's so much of this, as an atheist, I know very well how easy it is for people who, especially those who were religious and lost their religion. This is the age that both of these things are going to happen, right around between 15 and 20 years old. If these things are going to happen, that's the age that it's going to happen, most likely. I mean, I'm a late bloomer. It didn't happen until I was like 30. But point is, if you lose 2 frames of understanding of how the world works, not just that, oh, it's not Disney and rom-com in dating, and also if it happens to be that you think that God is watching over you and everything that goes along with that, and then you no longer think that that's true, then it makes a lot of sense why you would look to these fucktards as somebody that it makes sense and somebody that you should listen to. So this is a merry-go-round, not my life, but vicariously. That's true. I hear the stories. I've observed it. It's ubiquitous. We all know it.
Yeah. Well, let me just make this point about Fresh and Fit and their show and why so many young men or men in general are really gravitating towards that show. Just like when Kevin Samuels was alive, what men liked was seeing another man tell a woman where she needs to stand in his life and how he was speaking and how they speak to women. Hey, get out of my apartment, get off of the show. That's a little bit of encouragement for most men to feel confident and saying, like, you know what, I don't have to just take what she's saying. I can kick you out of my place. Or, you saw the antics of what was going on. A lot of men like that. That's why I watched the show. Now, do I do that in my own personal life? No, I kind of lead by example. I don't really go for the argument. If you get into it with me, guess what? Here go the bill. We're going to split this Dutch. I ain't like what you said to me. I'm going to go ahead and catch a flight, type of deal. But a lot of men like that. They like the fact that they saw another man stand up to a woman, because I'm just speaking from my personal experiences. The elder women in your family, you can't really tell them, where to sit and what part of your behind that they can kiss. But when you see a woman on a YouTube and you see these guys kicking them out, you go, okay, so I can do that. So they gravitate to stuff like that.
Facts. Well said. Well said. And a great another comment. A great comment here from Jenny said, "This is why red pill and blue pill. I don't see success. Red pill, you'll end up alone. Blue pill, you'll end up used and abused." And I think that is true for both sides. I think if you follow this again, it's not about the tenets that they are talking about. It's about how severely and how seriously they take them. And it's exactly, Jenny, 2 ends of a spectrum. And speaking of which, we got Jess in the building coming through for the final panel. If you want to come up, I did unpin the link, but it's in there somewhere if you want to grab it. Definitely also another great channel to check out. Jess Talk About It. She's doing her thing over there. Please check that out. Welcome, Jess. Welcome.
I have a question for the both of you.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay. So my question to you is this. If YouTube didn't have all of these channels that was about red pill, blue pill, purple pill, whatever pill, all these talking points, let's say this never existed and the only thing we have was just mainstream, basically what's on the TV, right? Which is not much of anything other than just your average like Dr. Phil's show or something like that maybe you can reference some sort of psychological talking point. Okay. So my question is this. If that never existed, do you think that where we are today would be so vastly with guys who are more even keel, or do you think eventually things would get to a head anyways, because there's just so many ideas and things and at some point it's gonna have to come to a head where it's like, okay, how do we narrow this down?
So if are you asking, did where we end up, like where we're at right now, was this inevitable? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Do you think it's inevitable, or do you think that if we took away all of this, because it's mostly that it's on YouTube that you'll find these kinds of talking points, because obviously you're not going to find that on mainstream by large. Do you think that where we are today would have just more be on an even keel, or do you think at some point it would have come to a head?
Deshaun, you got some thoughts?
Yeah, I got some.
Oh, please.
Okay, so I think without the help of the internet, I think the guys would definitely be lost, because when I was coming up, I had the opportunity, and it's going to sound terrible, but I mean no disrespect by it, but I had the opportunity of making so much money by talking to men, by saying, "Hey, just go talk to her, but stop trying to talk to her from the sexual attraction level." Because that's what most guys were scared of, to be turned down. But you can't be turned down if you were just going to go talk. You only get turned down when you're trying to, you know what I'm saying? That's the only way you get turned down. So if you don't have any intentions on doing that, and then you let it lead up to that point, then you'll get there. So I think at some point it was going to come to a head. But with the internet is kind of fast tracking it a little bit, but the guys are taking what other men are saying a little too serious about, like, tell that bitch to hit the door and that, it's like, I get what you're saying. You can do that with a select few women, but you have to know who you're talking to. You have to gauge that conversation.
So it's the nuance that's missing.
Yeah.
Jess says she thinks it would be more even. I don't know. I'm a little bit more skeptical, because I feel like, I mean, in general, I'm a determinist. So I feel like everything from the Big Bang until the end of the universe is already predetermined. So that's all, but that's a whole other conversation. So if we're keeping it in the realm of this, then I do think that there are ideas that could have been or better ideas that could have been pushed, or ideas that were pushed that maybe shouldn't have been pushed so hard, like sexual liberation and just go out there and be a city girl and all that kind of stuff. Then there's also the notion of the reaction to that, where it kind of gives men the okay to be like, all right, well, if they're gonna do what they're gonna do, then I guess we're gonna do what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
And so it definitely did kind of exacerbate things. But I do think that, we were talking about pendulums swinging. I think that eventually we were gonna get here. I don't know if it would be exactly as it is, but I think the point where the top echelon of men are having all the sex and all of the women are having way more sex than is best for their own biological, psychological well-being. I think that was inevitable.
Yeah.
So here's another question for the both of you.
So before we go there, Jenny says, my logic, women will have to deal with men in their pool with a more realistic perspective on men. We only point city. I don't know what that means. City girls telling us the measure of a so-called alpha male. I think our views are skewed. And I think it's by and large due to people like Sneako and Fresh and Fit that are giving both all around all of us skewed views. Especially those of us who maybe aren't as active and wanted, then it's more of an outside perspective. And so looking at like what's going on and what these people are telling, that's some of us, that's all we really have.
Yeah.
And Jess says, I think social media made more people antisocial. So Darshan might be right. They are probably scared to talk to women. Darshan is always right. Darshan is always right.
Hey, there's a mug. Well, there's a mug on Walmart that says, what is it? Because I'm Darshan, I'm always right, or something like that. Or I'm right because I'm a Darshan. It's funny.
There you go.
I had met this guy who owns the company, and he did that. So I thought it was pretty cool.
Just nice. Humble brag right there.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Mikey, did you have a you said you had a question to close us out?
Yeah. I just have a question for the both of you. So do you think in the USA, being specific here, that eventually, because of the way things are going, do you think there are going to be more women that are going to be hitting the wall, or do you think it's going to be less because we have more people talking and trying to, open up conversations and trying to figure things out, or what's your thoughts?
Okay,
So
let me not. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a lot to say on this one because I do think it is going to it's going to get worse, and there's just thinking about the social contagion aspect of all of this gender bender stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's not coming from well, I mean, it's not coming from like a singular source like an Andrew Tate on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Where the ideas of like the alpha male, toxic masculinity, that there's a few unique sources that are sticking out and having influences. But on the other side, it's just kind of the norm that's slowly being normalized. That things that were very much, I just had a tweet today that was like, in the 90s, not wanting to have your son get his ears pierced was a reasonable and arguably responsible parenting position because he was mutilating himself. But now you can chop your fucking dick off.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that we are headed in the wrong direction, but I think that pointing out the people who are spreading I was about to say misinformation, spreading the ideas in a way that is not ideal.
Right.
If we can point that out and show how that is the case, and do things better, then we can turn things around.
But I will say this to your point, right? Because I think in order for that to happen, I think it's a matter of, or it's a question rather, of who is willing to believe who in terms of what's being said.
I agree with you. Before we go on, Deshaun, your response.
Well, if I'm understanding the question correctly,
I may have gone off on a tangent.
Right.
Like,
No,
sorry.
you did good. You did good.
So I had a joke. I had a joke about it because there are so many women doing the BBLs.
Yep.
I was like, man, I don't know if any women going to be around because of the amount of women going to get the procedure.
Around. They just
No, I'm saying, but they're dropping like flies, though, right? They're dropping like
Yes.
flies, and it's happening at an alarming rate. To be
Yes.
honest with you, and it's actually by some women who really don't need to get the procedure. All they need to do is cut their diet. So I was like, man, I don't think too many women are going to be around, and it's going to kind of vet itself out. The inevitable is going to happen. But to really answer the question, though, everything's going to always happen in its perfect time. So like the questions that you pose, you're going to have both of those dynamics happen. But at some point, when it comes to relationships, what I've noticed between men and women is we always have a tendency not to want to understand the other person. As much as we try to communicate, the other person just want to see it their way, have it their way, and go about it their way, But if you can find that person to work out a relationship with, it's not even about a compromise. It's just really about having a clear communication and an understanding of, hey, this is how I'm expressing myself. It doesn't mean that I think less of you. It doesn't mean I'm trying to belittle you. And it doesn't mean I'm trying to like break you into submission. It just means that this is how I'm coming across, and I don't mean it to be a certain type of way. But you won't get there unless people start having a conversation, man. And when I say people, I'm talking about a man talking to a woman, taking her out on a date, and actually having a conversation to find out what's going on. Because what you'll find out is if you're the type of guy that can have an intelligent conversation and kind of just take her to a different place in her mind, not that you're purposely trying to, but you can just take her to a different place in her mind to show her that you're a different caliber of a guy, then she kind of falls in line to where you want your life to go. So now you're leading by example. So it's just certain things in conversation that you won't allow to have happen to you because you're like, oh, I don't talk about stuff like that. And if she wants to, then you can entertain it, you can humor her, but at the same time, she'll start to realize that you're not the type of guy that's a pushover, But
so let me ask you
there
this.
you go. That is how to put a cap on it. And I mean, gentlemen, I could go all night on this stuff. And hey, the panel is still open in Discord. So if you guys are ready to go, I'm ready to go. I'm hopping over. I'm not even getting out of this chair. But I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out. I want to thank everybody for hanging out, but especially you two for coming up to give your thoughts. Oh, we got a couple of last minute. We got Jay in the building coming in for the final play. Welcome, brother. Welcome. And then just says on the BBL thing. Good point. It's the most dangerous cosmetic surgery. I did not know that. I'm tired of men saying Lizzo unhealthy, but don't say anything about transferring their fat to their butt being unhealthy. Yeah. Men aren't about that. You doing that for the gram. Yeah. And it's not, it's slay queen. That's what you're doing it for. Yeah. That's what you're doing it for.
Just real quick, have you seen that procedure, how it's done?
No.
Oh, man, it's horrific.
We're about to check. So if you have never seen, there you go. Thank you, Jay. If you have not done so, please be like Jay and do that. And we got Demetrius last minute coming in. Oh, man.
Everybody coming through.
The last
time
minute, guys,
I saw a procedure like that,
the party is raging on in Discord, guys. It is free. The link is in the description. I'm going to be there. Darshan, I know you're already a member. Mikey, I think you joined recently. I haven't seen you in the voice channel, but we are going right over there. But before we do that, I want to again thank you guys so much for coming up here. And Mikey, I'm going to give the floor to you. Any social media, your channel, all of that stuff. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Mikey Story on YouTube, and as well as you can find me on Twitter. If you want to find me on Instagram, that is the Mikey Story and the number 2. Okay. So my channel is basically about my life as well as my travels. So I try to integrate the two as far as, the Mikey Story, because I'm just basically sharing my journey in life and how it unfolds. So if you're interested in that type of content, please come over, give me a subscribe, and as well as give me a like. It helps the algorithm. Share, leave a comment, and I would definitely appreciate you for life. Thank you very much.
Awesome. And I am subscribed to the Mikey Story and a common viewer of his videos, so please do the same. Thank you so much, Mikey. You have a great night, brother. Can't wait to see you again.
Anytime.
Good one. And then, I think he was trying to say good to meet you, and always good to meet Darshan. Now that it's just the boys, one-on-one, we go back to IJB. These people don't even know what IJB even means.
No, they don't.
Any final words on the topic before I give you the floor?
Final word on the topic, man, is for anybody who's been listening, the people that's going to catch us on the replay, you really got to get out here for yourself. You can do as much research as you want to, but if you don't apply it to life, it's not going to work.
Beautiful. And then, of course, I know you got so much to shout, and I know you got it down. Listen to this script, y'all. If you ain't been listening, check this out. This is a professional. The floor is yours.
Yo, what's going on? It's your boy Darshan McWay. Always feel free to go to balancecologne.com and check out my men's fragrance. It's been out since the year 2018. It's currently 2023. So what are you waiting for? But most importantly, go check me out on wildpodcast.me, where I talk to New York Times bestselling authors. And I also give tips about relationships and business and how people screw it up. Again, the Indian Jesus, thank you so much for letting me be a part of your stream. And thank everyone for listening to this stream. I really appreciate you guys and your feedback.
That is how you do the damn thing. Thank you so much, Darshan. I hope to see you over in Discord, but
I'm going to the Discord.
Awesome,
I'm going to the Discord, and I got me something to drink, so I'm going to the Discord too.
Let's go. We get
Let's go.
shitty over in Discord. You got a drink. Let's go over there. Thank you so much, brother. I will see you over there. All right. So, guys, this was a longer one. I did not expect 40 minutes of content to turn into 4 hours, but you guys were fucking awesome, and I am so appreciative. Again, shout out to D-Mac. Definitely go check out his channel. Go check out Jess. Go check out Mikey. All of these people are awesome content creators doing their damn thing, just like we are over here. So this is one of my favorite streams in a long time, and it's because of you guys. It's because of you guys. Y'all, not all of you. I don't know if there's anybody. I mean, maybe Darshan, but none of y'all were here when I would go live, and there was 0 people. And I'd just be talking as if I'm talking to 1 million people, and there was nobody there. And then it would get like 5 views after. So the fact that you guys are here and we're partying and we're doing the damn thing. Shout out to Darshan one more time. It's making my life. It's making my day. It's making my week. You guys are fucking awesome. And I'm not done. So head over to Discord. That is what we are doing. I hope you enjoyed this stream. That's the number one thing. I hope you enjoyed this stream because this is everything. And we're very close. We just crossed over the 800 subscriber mark. We got to hit that 1,000. So if you have not hit the subscribe button, please do that for me. That would be amazing. Of course, if you haven't hit the like button, come on. You're going to tell me you didn't like this? You like this. Come on. And you know that the worst part of YouTube is those damn notifications. You know they don't work. So what I need is for you guys to be the notification for me. Please. Every time you hop in here, just take that URL, hit that share button, whatever it is, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, other YouTube channels. Put it in the comments of your favorite YouTuber. I don't care. Just put it out there. Thank you so much to everybody. I really appreciate you guys. And, even though the channel is not monetized yet, if you would like to help me out, I just bought a $3,000 computer and a fucking $700 monitor, and it's dope, but that was not cheap. So if you would like to help, you could do so right there at the Venmo or Cash App, and my PayPal and Bitcoin are also in the description. But you don't have to do any of that. It's free. See that? He's like, motherfucker, you asking people for money? No, I'm not asking you for money. Don't worry about money. Just come here, hang out, have a good time. Being here with me is the most valuable thing that you could do for me. So with that said, I hope that you enjoyed yourselves at this party. We do it every week, 3 times a week, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. right here, live to party with the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.